Hello, and good morning, everyone. Or middle of the day or slash evening. I hope everybody is having a wonderful day. We kind of just woke up, almost done with coffee, and I finally got a day off. So today we are continuing with our Desciple of nimbus. We are going quite strong, I must say. Previous time around, we have gotten a few things from Act 1 out of the way. Most of the time-sensitive content has been addressed. Besides the Tiefling Goblin Tiefling Goblin interaction conflict, that one is still very much alive, well and kicking, and also not addressed yet. So that's what we're going to be using today. I did want to just get one thing done before we continue. One more command to the title. There we go. Alright, so we have finally managed to upload every single VOD that I had saved on my channel, on my YouTube channel. I'm still being held back by being unable to confirm my account. Therefore, any videos that are longer than 50 minutes unfortunately cannot be published yet.
Birds have seen everything.
But as soon as I get that sorted with the support, everything else is pretty much already done. So yeah, I'm quite excited about that. Now we're gonna be I'm finally going to be able to save all of the adventures that we had, and keep them for people that don't find the time to come and hang around the stream when it's happening, so they still have an opportunity to watch. But yeah, so the previous time around, we almost got to level 6. Today we're gonna keep on working on getting towards that goal, and after we've hit that level, I believe we're gonna go straight out of our way, go in respec back to being a full sorcerer. Reason for that, we'll finally be able to obtain nimbus, and I'm also for the future going to be ditching my Stars Druid level, just for the sake of hoping that a save file will last a little bit longer. That's pretty much it. Instead of our Star Druid levels, I have decided on a 6-6 distribution between Shadow Sorcerer and College of Law Bard. Reason for that being, we get our College of Law will get better die. Instead of 1d6 is going to be a 1d8. We're also going to be able to refresh those on a
if the gods are watching me.
On a short rest. And most importantly out of all, we're also getting well, third level bard spells even. But on top of that, we're also getting access to magical secrets, which in turn will allow us to grab one more cantrip that is otherwise not gonna be able to be covered. Bone Trail. And we're also gonna get access to Hex, which with a little bit of strategic playing should be able to further buff our Nimbus friend. So yeah, let's get to it. We still got a couple of goblins to kill about the wilderness. Most of them disappear after you raid the grove, so
Don't wear his voice out. Still need answers.
I got all of that. I'm almost done with my coffee, and let's get going.
Minthara's gonna stick. No one knows.
Just a quick check on my gear.
He'll kill us dead.
We'll get it.
Now that the lightning charges are limited to me casting cantrips instead of dashing, we also have a bit more guaranteed, somewhat guaranteed damage output. The way I like to start this is moving these boxes to the side, just so I can turn this torch off without clipping through the geometry in any weird way.
We should set the whole grove on fire.
There we go. Alright.
No sign of the others yet. Do you think the fight up front went bad?
Into triple dash.
Talking that way.
Well, at least we got the
We're gonna
druid
begin
to
it
keep
with a
ourselves
quick shove.
entertained.
Did some bleeding up.
There we go. Fortunately, we failed the stealth check. At least we got them nice and grouped up, so we can start casting the fire.
Time to press ahead.
Yeah, as the magical secrets will gain us to a Warlock exclusive spell, Hex. And what that thing does is, depending on which variant we choose, we can enforce disadvantage on that skill alone, which, well, that was rude. Which also includes saving throws. So when it comes to Constitution and should I twin spell over here? Probably right. So when it comes to our con saving throws, enemies con saving throws, we're going to be able to finally do be able to finally apply a bit more consistent entangles with Nimbus. Also, our spells will be much more likely to land. But yeah, overall I'm quite happy. Get you out of here. Also, now that we got Psionic Backlash, our spell Sparkler is going to... it generates lightning charges through that, so... Overall accuracy with cantrips that require an attack roll has just gone up.
Always room for more. Anything of use?
Bloodless elixir, let's go. After killing these chaps, you can, given that he's still unconscious, you can heal this druid, talk to him for a tad bit of XP.
What's hiding
And
here?
you can also kill him off for like another 15. A small XP increase that you can just pick up. take all of that, and I'm also going to turn this rune off before anything goes wrong. Pick that. Let's get you sorted.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I thought
Gonna leave.
Can't risk being in
Hide.
open view. Let's see what you're hiding.
We still get our Key of Ancients, which will give us +1 to our nature checks. So if you ever wanted to save the 2 speed shots
Dream in
you get
red.
at the beginning of the game, hidden under that nature check, underneath the rock. They have Key of the Ancients and Explorer's Ring. These are the only 2 item increasing items that increase your nature. Outside of proficiencies.
Curious.
And expertise, of course. Not that you normally want to get those. At least I don't see any point. Just sorry, my cats are losing their mind over something. There's gotta be a fly in the house. Got that. There's also the bugbear still. So he's probably gonna be the next on our list.
Let's see what this does.
Still haven't indulged my appetites, so to put it, to go and pick up that inspiration as well. With the squirrel, if you have speak with animals on, even as Dirge, you will not automatically get put into the kick animation, so I want to make sure that I long rest before that. You can always come back and talk to it whenever we want. But yeah, I'm okay with what we got so far.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Going to do a triple dash. Blade walk.
Better be cautious.
What's next?
Don't waste a step.
Do a sneaky sneak.
Breathe deep
Yep.
and move.
Surprise round. I wonder, does this contribute towards lightning charges? It does not. No bother though. Still quite nice to get some reliable damage. But it does proc them, so. Start off with this. Go back and gain some high ground on his ass. Okay. The bugbears are probably one of the scariest enemies when it comes to early game. Simply... Yo, that was rude. Simply because of the brute aspect. They deal additional 1d8 damage when attacking with melee weapon. And also, not to mention, they got tenacity. So they're always doing at least 2 damage on you. But if they do that with a mace, right? I believe this weapon is like 1d8. 1d8 plus another 1d8, and if that full rolls and crits, we're talking 32 damage with one attack. And like, if I didn't have Onti's Ethel buff from the well to give me another 10 XP and 10 HP and crit immunity, even at level 5, he'd still be able to quite reliably one-shot me. Which is just crazy if you ask me. I'm starting to think that Spell Sparkler might not be the correct choice for me. Because even though Lightning Charges give us +1 to our hit chance, we'd have to do that every single turn. Not that I usually don't strive to do this, but it's just with Mel Staff, we get that stuff guaranteed straight off the bat. So, you know. Either way then. We got what we came for.
Let me guess. Your
Let's get
devil
our soul
mistress sent
coins
you to
back
get
as
her
well.
soul coin back. Too bad.
Convincing her is another. Just talking to her to get her to thank you is another tidbit of XP that you can claim.
Time for some bloody work.
You're vile.
Didn't do that. Gonna do a crime response for me? No? Then don't mind me, but... Oh, there's Alfira there. I'd normally toss her off the cliff, but she's only worth 1 XP, so... It's not really worth it, potentially triggering the whole camp to turn against me. Kinda wanna try and get to level 6 before we have to deal with Koga. That'd be really nice.
That's curious.
When it comes to inside the grove, there's not really anything else we can do. There's the harpies, but I'd rather have immunity to whatever they can do instead of risking my run. I'm just gonna do this for now. I don't know why, but is my chat today just not working? Or haven't people woken up yet? Like, my Seribot notification came in quite late. Weird stuff. Weird stuff. Got the cave, we got the bugbear. Owlbears will be dealt by the goblins. It having done so yet, we've progressed Koga's quest. I am working and lurking. Hey yo Peaches, thanks for the confirmation. I really appreciate the feedback. But yeah, enjoy your lurk. Of course, work is way more important. You gotta make the bread somehow, right? I'm glad to see that the chat is working alright though. We've killed the 6 goblins over here. There's still the skeletons down about that we can go and deal with. Those guys, it's another 8 of them, and if we let all of them spawn, that's like 80 XP. Yeah, heck, why not? And then together with the spiders, we should at least come real close to hitting level 6. That did him. When it comes to gloves, already have most of the things that we want out of this stack, that is. I will probably go for a bit higher AC option in this encounter. And that is mainly because these skeletons over here are practically cheaters. They get additional archery fighting style on top of the original they already have, so they have +4 to their hit chance. And they also have Colossus Slayer, which with a longbow and Colossus Slayer both 1d8. So they're like bugbears but ranged, that are more accurate, so they are not to be meddled with, even at a higher base HP. Everything else I'm okay with what we got going on. We're concentrating on Expeditious Retreat for some guaranteed lightning charges. And I'm going to swap for Mel's first staff. And everything else is a check.
Bet that will fit in my pack.
So when coming to these guys, they've been a bit buggy in the recent patches. That is, if you attack one of them, they will, they might sometimes stop opening other caskets up, and excluding this one, there's a skeleton in each one of those, and all of them has got enemies that are worth XP in them, so we want to make sure that we pick them all up. Just gonna start with rebuff Blade Ward and get him awakened. Is that the buddies? It's already 4 of them out. Gonna keep on buffing my blade board, and since these guys are, they're not vulnerable to radiant damage, even though they're undead. Which is a bit weird, but that's okay. My books. Gonna let them keep doing their own thing. They've got one more body to wake up in the back over there. This one had trouble in it, so there's nobody in here. Alright. We're cooking. Let's start off with a normal dash. Extra jump from my flick fingers. I'm gonna let them all bunch up over here. A nice acid splash damage. All of these guys, however, though, are vulnerable to bludgeoning since the skeletons. So if you're going down here early for whatever reason, make sure to bring a bludgeoning weapon with you. Alright. That is an amazing amount of grouping on that part. We've got 2 more lightning charges. Could have taken off the mantle. I'm not level 6 sorcerer yet. Oh, stop. I'm done. So annoying. Not in combat with that. There's things you can detach from the roof over here? The fuck? If you're doing AoE damage, there's stalactites that can drop on these buggers from out the top. I'm learning something new every day. Didn't know that was part of the game. That's amazing. The big cat is bullying the small cat again. Get out of here. Those guys position this thing perfectly. Unfortunately, our spell save DC is not that high yet. We're using every possible item to increase that so far, but it's only on 16 with what we have going on. I'm just hiding in the back over there. Gonna let him do the walking. Unless he's unwilling to. Okay. My little annoyance. No? No? Just came to check me out? Okay. Yes, I'm still alive. Thanks for checking. Right, that's the Nelly voice out of the way.
No traps,
Made
please.
their arrows. Didn't know they had those. Another village, and there's a couple more goblins in the goblin camp itself that would normally leave with Minthara for the Grove raid. However, if we take them out now, the game will make a new one for the raid itself, therefore effectively printing you quite a bit of
Seems simple
XP.
enough.
Bloody racket. Oh, come on.
And those goblins in question, do I dare rock this? Just 17 AC. Maybe together with Wanderer's Gloves, then mess up to 18, which is really not that high. But we do get +1 to spell save DC. And then 19 whenever we have lightning charges. We'll have to do. Since we don't have that many options to move about the place in this next combat, but either way, so there's an archer over here, a booyag over here that leave with Minty. There's also this guy, this archer, the green one, that is walking about the place. And we still haven't gotten the Vietas Love, so let's go obtain that real quickly. On my far aloof, Shapeshifter's Boon. Remove all the armor for Abandoned Hostel.
Didn't he call himself?
Ah. Pain without purpose is a terrible thing. Forgive me, but that look.
Never man, how did you know?
Please.
How'd you do that?
This man is of common.
Alright, we're not.
Simply.
Yes. This will do nicely.
We have 3 inspirations, which is not as bad. I think I'm willing to use Enhance ability for this.
Cleanse you. Do
And with
not
performance, we technically have the most bonuses.
Your pain is proof that we live. Revel in it.
The one.
That's
Also another reason why Faraloof is just so good. Even if you're not proficient with it, you still have access to the Shriek ability. Which can make it just a very effective stat stick. So for example, like, you don't even have to swing it once. Just do the Shriek, stand close to a creature, it takes 1d4 additional damage.
yeah. Sweet. I am proud.
Vietas Love. I have to go and check with Roa if we grab everything from her inventory that we would want. I would also like to get Hunting Shortbow and Damon before we go and take on the spiders. That's just gonna be free advantage for us.
Need something?
Crossbows I do not need. I'll stash away Hypnotic Pattern and protection from energy. And also these 4, why not? Check on the part that we're not leaving anything worthwhile behind. I'd like to keep the rest of the stuff that we obtained. Hey Azyard, how you doing, man? Glad to see you here. How's your day going? We have almost hit level 6 and we are attempting to do so before confronting Kolga. So we still got a couple of goblins to take out, and I'm probably gonna go fight the spiders before the Face Spider Matriarch. To squish that last tidbit of XP in.
Pleasure.
Yes, for that. I have no more long rests available to us. So, set something like that. Our credibility back and back to melt that. You good, man? Just woke up from a nap. Glad you made it in time. Yeah, I'm also happy to see you here, man. Okay, spell set. With all of these things, our spell save DC it's at 17, so it's already quite amazing. I'm going to kill it fully before I attempt anything foolish. And there's just one more thing I want to get out of the way before I confront these goblins, and that is I want to go and destroy this drum real quick. The patrolling goblin Rogza is also another one of the goblins that leave with Minty for the grove raid, so I want to make sure that we get rid of her as well.
You're being arrested for assault. Judging by the look, it may have been unwise to reveal just how much gold you have on your person.
Shit. Shit. Oh god. So, first I'm gonna wait for this crying guy in the background to disappear. I really do not wish to pull him into combat just yet. How the fuck do we handle this? There we go. It's left. What we're gonna do is we're going to carry you away. Don't. And we also still don't whip. This is potentially quite a problem. Not gonna lie. Some darkness arrows to hopefully block Scrying's eye vision of the field, because he's the most, well, not dangerous enemy, but he's got a chance to pull the rest of the camp into this fight, which is not something that we want. Is our Shadeclinger on? It is. Going to drop down a water bottle. No, I didn't do that. I dropped a water bottle down. Okay, it did get dropped, so that's quite nice. Just gonna stand here and take it. I'm afraid to move this fight anywhere else, so we're just doing this for now. Getting them both wet. No. No drum shenanigans for you. Just want to put her so in a way where I can yeah, I know you don't have enough movement speed, but you have enough movement speed to get her to there. I'll quickly look at the firearms. It's already used up. I'll make my way towards you. he did not have enough movement speed to go and destroy that. War drum. What damage do you not like? You don't like piercing or slashing or fire damage. There we are. I'm a bit less paranoid already. Don't want to get too close, just in case those guys turn around and start doing some wonky shit. Please die. At your earliest convenience. I'm gonna take your body and yours as well. Mash that into a pouch and send it to camp. Oh, that was close. If he managed to beat that drum over there, we would have been dead. I mean, or rather, we would enrage the entire goblin camp, thus ruining the grove defense, or locking us out of it, rather. And the next three goblins that also make their way with Minty for the grove raid are these three guys. So they are the next on the list. Oh. I think I'm just going to start off with a dazzling breath and a spike bulb. Let's get them to group up a bit more. Yep.
This calls for careful footwork.
I'm happy. Wait, what we can get done from here?
You're being arrested for a...
Button.
Wonder if the gods are watching
closer
me.
to you since I'm more afraid of this one. Actually, bled out. That's beautiful. Get rid of you as well. Now, Warrior Chef is the one with a bomb and a key to the cage of the Trap Priest of Muglabiet. And we can unlock this cage checklist now. It's gonna thank us for saving him, and let's just chuck him into the cliff as well.
Thank.
I don't need
This is
any
what people have in mind about killing off NPCs that are not relevant to the story anymore. So saving him is 15 XP, then killing him is another 20 on top of that. So instead of just either killing him for 20 or saving him for 50, we can reap the rewards for both of these.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Couple more weapons over here we can sell from easy money.
Light on my feet.
Oh,
Should mind my step.
we're how far off? 160. Okay. I'm gonna go speak to Damon, get the hunting shortbow, and we're gonna go kill a couple of Chimeras and spiders. Shouldn't be too hard of a fight since we'll have advantage.
Feel like we're being watched.
I would want to consider using a poison resistance elixir though. Just in case, with the infestation and everything else, the damage can stack up quite quickly. I'll lose that once I respec and long rest after this. So I think it's worth it. Finally hitting that mile spot and getting our nimbus into the game.
Something's on my mind.
My selection's pretty slim. I had to leave most of my equipment in Elturel.
Hunting shortbow. Fellow of monsters. You have advantage against monstrosity type of enemies. Hooked horrors, spiders, echimoras, shapeshifters. There is a lot of them in this game, and just slotting this bow in your bow slot gives you advantage against them. A very useful stat stick. Use it. Like, I'll even go as far as to trade it for your Titan String bow when you're fighting those type of enemies. It's just that good.
They're dumb enough to ask.
Hell's take me. True.
Alright. To the Blighted Village we go.
Here goes nothing.
Apart from an overgrowth, the coin disappeared.
Like this. Going to restore a spell slot. But I'm here. Thank you. Burn those to get a couple of more sorcery points back. That's quite alright. Yeah. Technically the two spiders can be blinded, so I might want to consider using that.
Time to press ahead.
Also going to concentrate on just retreat. For those sweet lightning charges. Give me Crusher's Ring as well.
Just out of view. Never wanted the easy path.
And triple dash. And start with this one at the back over here. These guys have quite a bit of HP for such a low level, so not water, but water. Thank you. Can I get one of these on the ground next to him? The dazzling breath. So wet. Free advantage, so. We got infested, but I don't think that we care that much. Still want to use this opportunity to move to this spider over here, since he's going to be the only one that will not move. Rather won't get the chance to. Yeah, this is why you take poison resistance elixir beforehand, people. I'm willing to expand the bonus action for this. Alone. Yes, it is. We also need to go to Auntie Ethel and buy a couple of water bottles. Just far enough so I'm not getting wetted as well. I'm sorry, does no. This may think ether caps wet. Remove the infested. That's so cool. So wetting these guys removes the infestation, so you got a couple of water bottles lying around and you don't want to take unnecessary 1d poison and 1d piercing damage. You can just splash them with some water. And that will also prevent them from getting the multi-attack off. Damn. Not useful. We're gonna move back over here. I had no idea that was the case. Very cool. Do this for some more lightning charges, and probably heal myself up a bit. Get less going, so a bit more accurate. Lag. I have no big hitting pots. I'm gonna move mine over here, forcing them to. You can see me from there. Bullshit. Try and walk up to me a bit more. They just always hit me.
Too much to bear.
Are we dead? We're not dead yet. That's super good news. We're using a speed bot for this. We didn't have a speed bot. Do not. These guys are both still alive and well. think it might not be the worst idea to start running. Spiderweb immune to acid? No, it's actually weak to it. This is probably the first time about when I ran out of health pots in a fight. It's not happened before. Jump up there and invite your buddy over as well. Gravity will help us with a bit of damage here. I believe I have just enough potions to sustain myself through this. Damn, I spoiled myself playing that barbarian. Having that resistance from the get-go has put me on such a power trip. Come on, I know we have it. Don't tell me that we don't. I saw that pixel. There we go. Very nice. You positioned yourself uneffectively on a net. Can get destroyed, ironically. I'm just gonna dash once. I think I'm just about done healing with this encounter, so I'm gonna jump back. Make him move a little bit. Why should I always be the one to have to do so? Go. And we did it. With this we are 56 XP away from level 6. I was really hoping this would nudge us over. Apparently not. I have to find a few more items. Well, I'm gonna set my custom bar up. Set this 135? What do you mean? No, I want it on 135. I want it on 123. This wall, so I'm guessing. Here is 2. This will be 3. Blade wall, most of the time we will want to buffer, I believe. Okay, it's away. Oh yeah, much better.
More for me?
Fearless focus, aka sleep immunity. Very nice.
Let's have a look.
I could go and kill 2 more goblin leaders that leave with Minty for the Grove raid. That will more than certainly put us over the threshold. We also got quite a few scrolls of mage armor. Makes me think that I'll probably not be picking it up. Whenever I choose my spells. That is like a very neat number, and if we can buy, I don't know what, 4 more, we are more than well stock covered until the end of Act 2 finale. And by that time, maintaining invisibility should not be a problem. Reading all 4 of these journals is the Sage, aka Gale Inspo. So you can read 3 and then store the last one in your backpack, and you basically have a portable inspo if you want it.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
And so the last couple of goblins that go with Minty to the Grove defense are the 3 archers just before the prison, and the 2 dudes in the same room where Minty is located. So those are all of the goblins we want to make sure that we take out before we initiate the Grove defense quest.
Best swearing I best not do anything suspicious while it's watching.
Too heavy to throw? Also, put away my elixir.
Looks that way, but scouts said they heard something moving around out there. Something bad.
You're
Panic. Hey, larger life. I summoned the ogres yesterday at the final battle with Mintara, but they didn't come to aid me. Was Joraxon dead?
Plenty of lashes, loads of hunters, and a few.
After you defeated the goblin boss. Yeah, see, that's they have a deal with Joraxon, and sometimes they will just show up, do the fight, and disappear, but other times they won't even show up. So like, that could have been your problem right there.
It's the only thing they're good at.
Taking the big HP pot. Can't afford to No. No. You do not do this. Go fuck yourself.
What are we waiting for?
And your stupid Eshterum.
You're all riled up and ready.
Got to stand by here. No booze, no sneaking.
Alright, so the wooden support can be targeted by this.
Again, do you want to become spider
We got all of these guys only temporary hostile, so I'm popping an invis spot here. Let's keep things more more safe. Safe-ish. At least the drum has been taken out, so we're safe in that regard. But I tried the goblin boss data to summon them and they showed up. That's really weird. I haven't when did you summon the ogres? In the Grove Defense or like inside the goblin place? Inside the sanctum. Yeah, it's like those guys. I mean, my suggestion would be to, because I don't have exact information, but I've had them bug out if Joraxlin was dead. They don't show up in Act 2. They do come to Grimforge. But yeah, most of the times, like, if Joraxlin was dead, I had them bug out in one way or another, so I want to make sure that I use them before that. Alright, Mint is over here, but I'm breaking this combat. What are you looking to beat over here? There's no drum left. Took that out intentionally. By the way, thanks for the follow, Silva. Glad to have you over here. Alright. Beautiful. So now that these two will go back.
Don't want to draw any attention.
And grab this guy. Just over here. And there's our level up.
Something back.
But yeah, those ogres have been known to be a bit inconsistent to what the conditions for them to be able to be summoned are.
I'll strike you down.
So like my the latest where I would go about summoning them for me would be before I do anything with Joraxlin or start a Grove defense or anything like that.
Life you took.
No way you saw that! You're so full of shit. Alright, I guess I'm just spending another in this spot.
They're drow. They're stuck up.
Of the railing, just to be sure they're not attacking us. Those ogres will not attack you unless you attack them during the fight. They are a neutral party. So like unless you swing them, there's also gonna be warnings like watch out or like do this one more time, yada yada yada. But like unless you hit them, they won't hit you back. However, they will be hostile towards everything else in the room though. Want to keep that in mind. Alright, and we are finally ready to go and shadow skin real quick. We have reached level 6, gaining us access to
thy will dost thou require a
ever sought after nimbus. Can finally add our boy into the mix. Now we also lose our medium armor and shield proficiency. So this is the point in the game where we start and if you hit them with environmental damage like chandeliers falling down, I don't know the exact answers to them. However, Radiant Retort from from Dark Justicius in Act 2 will work on holy water bottles that are destroyed by you, so the game does follow that chain of reactions. So I would assume it's the same for the ogres. They would, they would be able to tell that it was you that dealt the damage. At least I would stay on the side of caution. Alright, I'm keeping cantrips the same, spells I'm keeping the same, subclass and my ability score. Deception and persuasion is my proficiencies. For the first spell, I'm going to be picking up shield just to give myself a bit more AC. And for the meta magic, taking extended and twin spell. Keeping the spells that I have. Level 3, we're also taking quicken spell. However, though, there is an argument to be made about careful and subtle spell. Since we're gonna be getting silence from our bard spell list, maybe having subtle spell at that point wouldn't be such a bad idea. But I'm trying to think of encounters where I would want to silence the bubble and then silence someone and then also stand in that silence bubble, which is not a lot of the times. I'm thinking Quickened is probably still the best option, just in case we want to cast a spell that can target multiple, that can be upcast and therefore target multiple enemies. I can do that with my bonus action, target a bunch of people and then still be able to twin 2 cantrips. I don't think I will need enhanceability anymore. So I'm going to be going back, and I'm also getting rid of Expeditious Retreat since we are no longer able to use our Speedy Light Feet. And I'm going to swap that out for... I got 2 candidates over here, actually 3. Mirror Image for the extra defense whenever we need it and whenever we don't score a kill. And then it's also Hold Person. At level 6, vendors also start using selling you better alchemy ingredients and elixirs. Among those is also Elixir of Battle Mage's Power, which I think is gonna come in quite useful. But Crown of Madness can also wreak quite good havoc. And I want to see if, actually rather I want to test for the grove defense. Can we put this on a sapper, and can we make the sapper turn around, run back to the to his allies and blow them all up? Like, technically that won't be Barrelmancy, right? Is the enemy that did the Barrelmancy? It was just unfortunate enough that we that we made him do it. Oh god. I'm definitely not a horrible human being. I'm gonna take Madman Crown just for that purpose. At level 4 we get to pick up another cantrip, and at this point we have a choice between Fire Bolt and Bone Chill. Bone Chill is not part of the Ominous Bite from Nimbus. However, it does prevent enemies from healing. And there's a couple of annoying targets in Act 1 and 2 that can heal. I would like to deny that and gather their XP, because we're going to be going to Crash quite early on this playthrough. Therefore we will lose out a little bit on exploration XP, so I want to make this up by making sure that I'm able to kill everything. Back to spells. I'm gonna take some mirror image. I'd have to probably just check really quick which scrolls do we have more of as the situation stands right now. We have 2 mirror image and 1 scroll of Misty Step, but these things we have to buy. For this one we can just use a necklace that we're not going to be using after we get to Act 2, so potentially the reposition, but boosting my AC for whenever we don't manage to score a kill could be the difference between life and death. Especially because at this point in the game we are giving up crit immunity. We don't have a race that is either proficient in shields or medium armor, so both of our anti-crit options are out of the window. And I don't by any means recommend playing that way. Always have crit immunity. I'm putting myself at risk solely because of flavor. But yeah, if there's a takeaway over here, do as I say, not as I do. This will probably put our run in the ground quite soon. Okay, so we got that. Let me just check something very quickly. Bard only gets light armor proficiency and no shield proficiency. Neither does College of Law, so now that shields are out of the question, I have 2 options when it comes to our feat. The first one would be just to grab Dual Wielder, have both Mel's First Staff and Spell Sparkler in both our hands, which is probably the more desirable option. The next one though, that will really contribute towards our action economy, would be Spell Sniper, because we would reduce the chance to score a crit with our cantrips by 1. However, we could also get access to Thorn Whip. Now I know everybody's seeing Eldritch Blast over here, but there's no Agonizing Blast on it, so it's not really worth it. Even though it's more beams and more instances of damage. Thorn Whip, on the other hand, is an action refresh, and what that means, if you start combat, outside of combat, with this Thorn Whip, and you engage the surprise round with it, you get to reposition an enemy, and you get your action back at the start of your turn, so I'm divided. Thorn Whip will definitely be more helpful beginning the fights, and can also get that initial damage in. But Dual Wielder will help us carry around 2 stat sticks. So for example, if we have a fight where we need to reposition rapidly, we can just have the Club of Hill Giant in one of our hands and a staff in the other. With Fleet Fingers and Boots of Speed, we can just zoom about the place. That's not sounding half as bad though. So yeah, I think I'm decided. I'm gonna go with Dual Wielder. and also helps out with our AC a bit further. Alright. For level 5, we get access to level 3 spells. The first one that I also almost always recommend for people to pick up is Counterspell. Super good to deny certain casters certain special abilities. Like, you can get rid of smites, you can get rid of guiding bolts, guardians of faith in Act 2 in Moonrise Towers, and all of those are quite strong things that they can do. So you can mitigate the damage that way, not to mention the huge AoE spells. And if an enemy is limited to one action per turn, and if they have hold person, as long as we have spell slots, we can keep on clicking no. There's also immunity for that in Act 2, but it's always good to have a backup. When it comes to this, swapping out Expeditious Retreat, and I will want to get one of a few things. First spell that I'm a huge fan of, and it's got actual relevance to our playthrough, is Fear, because a lot of enemies until end of Act 2 is counterspell until long rest, so you can apply it outside of battle. No, counterspell is a reaction that consumes a spell slot, and as long as you're using a spell slot of the same level that the spell is, counterspell will always succeed, otherwise you need to make a roll for it. But yeah, I was thinking about Fear, because a lot of enemies are going to be using weapons. And the ones that don't usually have additional necrotic damage added to it in the first 2 acts. So if I can make Nimbus take less physical damage, that means he will sustain longer through battle, therefore increasing his value, and so on. So Fear is what I'm going for. I'm taking Counterspell, and then at my first opportunity I'm also going to be picking up Slow, just so once we have disarmed all of the enemies, we can also give them -2 to their AC and take away their bonus action. And this is the infamous Shadow Sorcerer level 6. We get our Hound of Ill Omen. He is a very good Bestus boy that I'll showcase a bit later. However, first notable thing is he's on a bonus action and only costs 3 sorcery points, but has a mechanic built within that can help you replenish those as you go about. Or didn't I just... oh, I forgot to select the spell to remove, right? Why are my spells not removing? I'm pretty sure I selected Expeditious Retreat to get put out. Take this out, give me Fear. Thank you. Since it's against my rule set to pick up any leveled spells that deal damage, I'm only allowed to use cantrips for that. We're gonna keep on looking towards these spells. Now, Sleet Storm is also another very interesting competitor. However, I get a lot of scrolls of that, so I'm gonna be using scrolls for this. What I am going to be using is the Slow spell. Target up to 6 creatures and slow them. Movement and action are affected, and their AC and dexterity saves are reduced by 2. DC spells are allowed, yeah. I allow leveled spells. Yeah, like Hold Person. I allow leveled spells as long as they don't do damage. So we can use any scroll that we want, but that scroll cannot do a single point of damage by itself, so this is what I'm going to end up with. Already. The thing that I want to do is get this mess sorted out. Our utility goes survivability over. It's right over here. CC go like this. We only have access to enhanced sleep at this point. We have to put these off and these off to be able to use anything. And the two staffs of choice are gonna be these two. When it comes to gloves, I want to go back to Fleet Fingers and Boots of Speed, so we get quick heals. Alright, so with that alone, and this is gonna be moved to 16 once we have Priestess got Shield of Faith, and then just add another 3 on top of that, so 19 AC with Mage Armor. Okay, let's go check out the vendors, see if we can stow away any more of Mage Armor scrolls. And a couple of more Bloodlust elixirs wouldn't hurt as well.
Need something?
Instantly got a speed pop. Amazing. Also want to replenish on nimbus pots. Even though I'm gonna start to use the coat and the cloak from here on out, I still would like to have a couple of more if I can. Dash both of these away, remove curse. Now there's the scroll of fire shield. This is technically does not do damage when we cast it, but it sets up a barrier for retaliation damage. So I'm divided when it comes to this spell because it is a very good buff to apply on Nimbus. Now I wouldn't do this on myself. The restriction for damage is limited to me as a character for now, so I think I'm actually going to stash this away for later, for Nimbus whenever I need it. Why put it in a bag in the NPC's inventory? It is not to abuse economy, however, if we stow these bad boys in a bag, they can be, whenever you level up or long rest, the inventory refreshes. You get offered new scrolls, new potions, new weapons, yada yada. And anything you put in a bag inside of vendor's inventory will not get refreshed. So even after I do the thing, after Raw Moongloves moves to Moonrise Towers, all of these things that I've put in her backpack right now will remain over here for me to buy whenever I want. We're not abusing economy in any way over here. The thing that we're doing though is avoiding having to long rest a bunch of times just to get the items that we might need. So yeah. Which hand crossbows she has to sell? She's just got normal. Normal +1 hand crossbows. One thing about her though is Hunter's Daggers. On a hit, the target must succeed a DC 13 con saving throw or become ruptured. This is a very underestimated dagger, by the way. Oh, so I'm gonna buy myself these bad boys. I'm also going to stash Stone Skin away, because this thing is like a blade ward that you can put on a summon, halving their the physical damage they take. But it is a concentration spell, so gotta keep that in mind. That it? That's gotta be it. We sell all of that. Blink, however, is still a very mediocre spell, and I am still crying my heart out and waiting for them to rework it, but it's just not happening. So I'm gonna keep on crying about it. It's my solution. What is yours? But in Act 2, she will have a rare hand crossbow, I think. Yeah, she does have a rare crossbow. Nimbus is the only crossbow slash bow that deals false damage. And fun thing about that thing is, if you're using Giant Barbarian Cleaver, Elemental Cleaver, you can actually bind that crossbow and throw the crossbow to deal false damage on your thrown attacks. Do whatever you will with that information, but I think it's absolutely a hilarious thing to do. It's like you give a barbarian a crossbow and they're like, oh, this does good, very good, and then they take the entire crossbow and just chug it at an enemy. And it works because Elemental Cleaver gives a weapon thrown property. And the other backpack is for the shit I've stole to them, because things you sell to them also stay in their inventory, and I don't wanna look into the entire mess of things. Bind a sausage with Elemental Cleaver, you can definitely do that. And it's gonna be a bludgeoning weapon that you're gonna be able to throw. Why the hell not? Throw with vegetarian. Savage. Absolute savage. I'm going to get them because of my rogue Gloomstalker stealth build. Are you doing Gloomstalker Assassin? Valid. I played that multi-class combination once, and I got to Act 2 way too quickly, and I got bored because it was...
I have something to ask.
We'll be
It
clearing out
was a
soon
bit
enough.
easy, a
No
bit too
point in
easy.
lingering now I've got the noble stock.
There was no challenge and like no layering of what I do when I get into a fight. So I kind of lost my interest. Divine Bone Shard available. Used to make an elixir of universal resistance, aka resistance to everything. And oh, Arcane Trickster Gloomstalker. Nice. Something fresh. And I always want to make sure I stack up on those and buy whenever there's 3 available at a vendor.
That's that then.
Alright, so now I think it's time to get our friend in. Do we have Elixir of Vigilance? We do. So I don't know what's the initiative that we can have just to make sure to start our turn together. But for Nimbus, for now, I think I'm going to just give him a Vigilance Elixir. Hey Ansel, how you doing? We just got to level 6. And we finally got Nimbus.
Must lug my guts through this
What
hell.
we can do to help Nimbus out a little bit is give him plus 2 to his AC. He's already got very amazing AC, by the way. He deserves more explanation. But yeah, this is Shadow Sorcerer level 6 feature. The second bestest boy in the game. Nimbus 18 AC. His bite deals 3d6 piercing damage. He is completely immune to necrotic. He's got dark vision. If he starts his turn in darkness, he gets 3 more meters of movement speed. But he does also have a couple of unique reactions. That being Splinter Shadow. Whenever he gets hit and it's not radiant damage, he can make a smaller puppy, like 19 HP. And those puppies can make more of them. So like, this dog can have up to 5 of them. Now the ones summoned after that are not permanent. So you can only ever start combat with 1. Given that you didn't reset combat or drag them from one combat to another. How's the run going? Doing quite alright. Gonna need crossbow expert feat or extra hand crossbow shot. I'm not aware that crossbow expert gives you another crossbow shot. You can always carry 2 and have one main action. If you have extra attack, you have extra attack, that's 1. And then in your offhand for the bonus action damage. You have anything special with the bags for it to work them? I charted out mine, but I couldn't put anything in the bags. That might be a console thing, Azyar. I've heard console has had some problems regarding that interaction in specific. Are you on console? And also, on Nimbus's bite, it is a DC Constitution saving throw. And I believe the DC of it is like 12. However, we can mark targets with an omen, and for that omen can be one of the elemental damage types. So acid, poison, cold, fire. Or there's one more: acid, poison, cold, fire, and lightning. You're on PC? Maybe you weren't doing it right? Well, it's just...
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
For me, it was just sell her a backpack.
We'll be clear. No point in lingering now. I've got the noble.
Azyar, just sell the backpack. And the thing is, the things that you put in this backpack have to be in her inventory already. You can't drag past this line if you're set into barter. But yeah, it's just open a backpack and put things in. You can click and drag, you can get them into the bartering inventory and shift click them all at the same time, and so on. But yeah. Has Nimbus got any progression by leveling up, scaling or anything? I don't think so. However, he is already strong enough as he is. So on top of that, we're going to give him +2 to his AC, and if we keep him hasted, he will get another 2 AC on top of that, bringing him to flat 22 AC in the first 2 acts.
And, well,
I could also stone skin on him to effectively give him blade ward. That will all come as a situational thing.
Build my castle.
However, whenever Nimbus manages to land an ominous bite, an enemy gets tagged with one of those elementals. If they take, not if I deal that damage, but if the enemy takes that type of damage, right, I will restore one of my sorcery points, which he needs to do only 3 times per combat. So 3 successful ominous bites, and then on top of that he can also entangle enemies, and it is a strength save. Entangle lasts 3 turns. They make a roll at the end of each turn to save from it, and it deals 2d6 necrotic. Also on top of that, he's completely immune to necrotic damage. So Merkel, Call of the Dead, Finger of Death, he can take all of that and not give a fuck about it. So yeah. Oh, 20 AC, 42 hit points. That's really strong. Yeah, once we have access to more
Right. What now?
universal resistances potion elixirs, he can keep on chugging those, you know, and he'll take half damage from everything.
One day I'll catch a break.
Yeah, at this point the bugger has already got more AC than I do, so, you know. Alright, now that we got all of that out of the way, I want to spend one of my mage armor scrolls, because there's a couple of druids we have to fight. All that together puts me at 19, and I'm also going to re-equip my Deathstalker's mantle, because now we have our Bestus boy, and as long as enemies have something to target, Nimbus is going to be that target for us. Now, whenever he makes a small dog, those small dogs cannot apply Ominous Bite. However, they can still entangle enemies. They still have access to this ability. Right?
Let's get
So
going.
imagine having 5 dogs just spamming that all throughout. Like, even if the chance is like 25% to entangle someone, if that gets cast 5 times,
Very well.
it's already more than worth it.
For the shop.
Yeah, at least that's the theory. So sitting at 21 AC, oh, 19 AC altogether, not too shabby. We're primarily going to be a kite build. So yeah, I'm quite happy with what we got
Seems like a
established
good
so far.
moment to talk.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
At level 6, Blurk also starts selling level 6 alchemy ingredients, and haste balls are one of them. Toss that thing on the ground, makes a surface that gives anybody that enters it haste effect. Nimbus and I can both share that. So one also receives. Stop that. There's a fly here. One also receives +2 to their AC from that, so he's gonna be a 22 AC boy most of the time. Alright, grabbing all of that, stashing away, remove curse, protection from energy, bestow curse. And that's it. I think. No. I'm done. I didn't actually buy them. It's more like it.
I greet you, son child.
And we also won a refresh on our spike bulbs. These things have a guaranteed application of bleed. And why that is awesome is because Ominous Bite is a constitution saving throw, and while wielding 2-hand crossbows, we can plop one of those on the ground and just shoot it with an offhand crossbow shot. So at a cost of bonus action, Nimbus's bite will be that much more guaranteed to not guaranteed, but also increase the possibility of Ominous Bite getting applied. Alright, sending this to Shadowheart. We're also level 6, so I could have her craft a couple of things for me. And I'm also going to be sending this bad boy away.
So after I finish my research here, I'll join her.
The backpack you put in the NPC's inventory is permanent as service storage for later use. I usually sell it to them, but as long as they have a backpack in their inventory, it should work. And then once that backpack is inside the inventory, in the trading option menu, you open it and just put things inside there. It has been known to be bugged for some people. And serves as a storage for later use. Yeah, so whenever you refresh your inventories, be it leveling up or partial / long resting, you can come give them a visit, see if there's anything neat they sell, and put stuff in there, and that stuff is gonna stay there, and you can buy it or not, whatever you want. Alright, with that in mind, we are also... Oh, I still have 42 HP, which is enough. Do I have refreshing buff? I do. Good to know, nice trick. I'm glad you're learning something new. And with that, everything is mostly set up. Time to go confront Kolga. Now, for Kolga, I will probably want to go through and try to convince her to fight on my side, because she can be quite scary. If there is an elixir that I would recommend when going into this, it will definitely be Bloodlust, because whenever you kill a wild shapeshifted druid and you turn them back into their normal form, the game will register that as a kill and proc your elixir of Bloodlust.
Well, that ends.
Very handy.
Not as bad as it could have.
And also, as a Shadow Sorcerer, we have ability to cast Darkness at the cost of our 2 sorcery points, so not consuming spell slots. And if we do the Eyes of the Dark, we also are able to see in the darkness for the duration of this fight. So this is gonna come in very useful, especially in Act 2. Man, give me my Bloodlust. We need to put our Shapeshifter's boon. Anything but default. I did get the quest from Mole. Let's double check. We got that. And I could also give Nimbus an elixir. Which one do I want though? These guys mostly deal piercing damage. Yeah, they almost exclusively deal piercing damage because it's just biting enemies, and there's one with a club, but the rest is piercing. He doesn't need anything else, so I'll probably just want him to take the Vigilance Elixir real quick. Having Nimbus go before me is just strictly better because well, he can apply the Ominous Bite and then I can profit off of it. And he can also entangle people. Now going both at the same time, of course, is better. But
what's up for discussion?
I think I'll just rather choose.
Seems the Githyanki are keen. In fact, none of us can. That thing is shielding us somehow. A problem for another time.
Okay.
Hopefully, we'll no longer be in need of protection. All right?
I'm also going to set up my Camp Crafter. It's different from a Camp Caster, just to let you know. And it's just so I get some extra mileage out of my alchemy ingredients. Taking her to level 3 Cleric, giving her access to Enhance Ability. That will make her medicine checks roll with advantage. She already natively has very good Wisdom, which is the stat for medicine checks. I also need to, of course, add Abjuration Wizard, or rather Transmutation Wizard to it. And then with a spell, with a level left over, I'm taking 1 level of Rogue just to get Medicine Expertise to give another +2 to that check. And this is my usual go-to for a camp crafter. She's also very suitable because she's got Disguise Self, so she can disguise with Shapeshifter's Boon, giving her another 1d4 to that check. And I actually need to equip the Bloody Spell. There it is. Let's make a couple of things. Potions of Speed are the ones I'm currently the most interested in. We're gonna go with the Antidote. Craft all 5. She succeeded on all of them, so we got 10 speed pots. Healing pots. All 4 of them. Because I don't have crit, I'll probably need to heal a lot. 1 level of Rogue. 7 expertise in medicine, another nice trick. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that like skill checks like benefit from expertise as well, and that extends beyond having that +3 in dialogue checks and conversations. Elixir of Barkskin is effectively a nerf for Nimbus because he's got higher AC. Elixir of Colossus does not give him anything besides advantage on his strength checks, which he has none. He can't even shove, so... And I can't use any coatings. So for now, this is probably it. I'm also going to craft 1 other full pot, because why the hell not? Alright, now that we got that, this is the extra mileage we managed to gather. And this over here.
How many die today? How many
I wasn't expecting it, but I'm glad.
No, Rogue just gets to choose 2 expertise at level 1 in a certain skill, and because Shadowheart is, as a cleric, is already proficient in medicine, I can just add expertise on top of that. If she weren't, I could also use the proficiency from Rogue to add it that way as well, but it's just, you know, the most convenient. The next level I'll take for her is to increase her wisdom to ASI to get that to 20. That's pretty much it. I could also cast guidance with my main guy to give her another 1d4 to that.
If you're sure.
That is on a 10-second countdown, and I don't like to think under pressure in this game. Have it or not is a scaling value. It's just how many like proficiency modifiers you're adding to that roll you're making with that skill check. Proficiency is once, expertise is twice. That's it. Alright, with a nice supply of speed pots, health pots and everything else, we are finally ready to go and take on Koga. I will probably want to swap to Bowl Vernus just to see if the threshold with 4 to 7 initiative will be enough to bind us together in a turn. See, I haven't experimented with initiative of me and my summons and how that works in detail. So I still kind of have no idea. I know it's good to try and keep the numbers as same as you can, but if I had to choose, I would go with Nimbus first and then second. Most of the time. Also... oh shit. We forgot about one thing in Grimforge. And that is, I forgot to pick up my diadem of intellect. So I'm just gonna go grab that real quick. Give me a sec. I got the ogres killed, but I didn't actually go and pick up the diadem. And I want to make sure that I don't accidentally begin combat with the elemental. That would be annoying.
I don't need any attention right now.
Where are you? Oh. Now we're ready. I needed the diadem to go and
Can't slow down.
to try and pass the check for frescoes. I want to see if the DC or the history check to convince Koga to side with you in the fight is lower if you succeed those or not. So I would like to know. I know you can make the check as long as you read all 4 of the plaques inside there. I just want to see if the DC becomes any lower if you succeed on those. And the 2 tools that are available for that in Act 1 is Mage's Friend and the Diadem. Or Tiara, or whatever you want to call it. Gear of choice, we have 13 strength, which I'll also need to test a little bit if we want to use that, or do we just want the club to give us more jump distance? Need Shapeshifter's boon reapplied. Oh no, mine.
The forest road the mural depicts. It looks like
Completed 1.
I'll give it a shot.
by claw, and the mural shows
Completed 2. These are looking well.
the towers seized, the battle done. You recognize the moon rock.
3. Okay, now.
In darkest hour, harp and what?
Let's go. We got all 4 of them. You can actually see if it makes a difference. I want to go about the place and turn all the lights off. Well, I've never seen these dialogues with the placards. Sorry, man. By the way, succeeding the check on all of these is a Sage, aka Gale inspiration. So I usually save them until I get the Diadem and Mage's Friend to try and guarantee that info, or try and increase these checks for as much as I can. Because it's just free XP, you know. I don't care as much about the inspiration point, but I do care missing out on XP. I benefit from fighting in darkness, so does Nimbus, so we're turning off the lights. Also, quick test. With this bad boy we get plenty of strength to do the jumps. our nimbus friend is going to begin his turn somewhat over here.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Alright, when it comes to an amulet, I want to probably have Moondrop Pendant. We don't have crit immunity, so if they hit us and they crit, we're probably left at half HP. Alright. I'm not taking Mirror Image. I'll just need to stand far away enough. Any other buffs that I care about? Not really. I might need to take a couple of opportunity attacks, and I also need to have guidance active. Alright, so with all of that in mind, we can start applying buff guidance, the least important. Going to do enhanced sleep. Going to swap our pendant. 1, 2, and 3, and Blade Ward. I'm going to turn base mode. Just want to make sure that I'm not standing right in front of a rat. Give me my fucking dash back. Thank you. And let's chat up Koga, shall we?
Speak while there's time.
I know the truth. Now, normally the religion check.
Koga! You think yourself quite the spy. Olladin. As you say, Olladin.
First we have to succeed this. We have 3 inspos. We can also have a shit ton of
Koga's voice breaks and her lips
we succeeded
tremble.
on the insight check.
She
and
heard
this is
reason
the religion
in your
one.
words.
Usually... Oh no, it's the history one. Are we doing this? I don't have to make this roll. I feel like I want to make this roll since we already succeeded in that. Beside the frescoes you have read, instill her with pride in the Growth's legacy. And this should be a DC 5, so it does not matter if you succeed on the frescoes.
Koga eyed by claw and tooth from root to thorn, the old oak's grove to wildlings sworn. The forest rose with claw and tooth to tear the darkness from its roots. In darkest hour a concord made, twixt harp and wild against the shade. The towers seized, the battle done, the moonrise broke the darkest one.
When the darkest hour fell, it was us that brought light. Sylvanus demands we illuminate shadow, not
was
hide
the law
within
from
it.
the placards.
How was I so blind? Careful,
Patron, I hope you didn't.
The shadows don't forget.
Hope you didn't miss him.
To the shadows no longer. You would quit.
Alright. We begin this combat, and Nimbus has the elixir. And Oladan is the only one that is going first. I will need to long rest after this anyway, because I will need to send Minty off on her grove raid, save Halson. We also need to get rid of the debuff. Yeah, we have a few things to do. So I'm not wasting speed pots for this. I could rid them both, but I think they get rid of oh, I kinda wanna do that though, because I'll have advantage on attack rolls against them. They both save. The DC is 14, rolls a 19, and rolls a 14. Oh, FF. But quite okay damage though. Opportunity attack can also apply Ominous Bite, so We got Omen of Acid applied on Paladin. This condition lasts for 3 turns. If the affected entity is dealt 1 acid damage, the owner of the hound will regain 1 sorcery point. So aka, let's cast Acid Splash on her. It's pretty much as easy as that. I'm going to quick heals. We're going to use our free jump to get a bit more into safety. And let's try and get our sorcery point back. She saved on the dex saving throw. But if she would have been entangled, she would have had disadvantage against them. So it is what it is. But we have Korga on our side, so I'm not worried at all. What I do want to make sure is that I kill both of the low HP allies. Because what can happen is that they die and we don't get XP for them. And we want their XP. Alright, Nimbus, is there a way? There's not a way you're gonna tag all of them. You can entangle her. She's not going to move anywhere, and stand next to the bear. Does she retain Omen of Acid? She does, so this thing even goes through the wild chick. She's the one with disadvantage on dex saving throws. And I can also claim both the wolves and Markel's XP. I think I'm just gonna do it like that though. The other two are still all under HP. We got a sorcery point back. We also got the Bloodlust action. He's also entangled, so more likely to hit. I think I'm gonna try and take Marco out one more time. There we go. Nobody gets angry, but we do get 20 XP. So definitely worth. Korga just slaughtering everyone. And because he's got so much HP, I'm gonna try and get Nominus back on him. We used up our lightning charges for this, but more than worth it. Is the other Moonbeam. She's going to take another damage at the beginning of her turn, and that's the fight complete. Now Korga, don't kill yourself. Good job. And that was the Korga fight. Preserving her over here because I don't need Broodmother's Revenge. I can't do weapon swings on this run.
I will accept it in full.
So saving her is actually more XP positive. And we can always come back and kill her whenever we want until Merkel, so I can come back when I'm stronger.
Please, Tusk. It's not the time.
Oh, now for this carrier fight. Oh, hold on, I almost forgot. When you finish this, talk to Koga. She will allow tieflings to stay there, and then make sure to and once that's checked, you can steal the idol and make sure to give it to Maul, and then and also talk to Zevlor one more time, because if you stop the ritual, that's like another 48 XP. But I forgot to do all of that. And in a hurry to go and fight the enemy. Alright, so after this, there's no other encounter. That I think we need to do on this long rest. So I think I'm going to go long rest. That is gonna give us the... That's gonna get the refreshened to vulnerable to psychic and acid. And then on the next long rest, at the day of the growth defense, we can reapply this.
I want to have a word.
Wrath thought me a danger. Seems I've proved my fate lies with
and
meanwhile.
people.
Well, I won't forget the wounds I...
Alrighty.
Here we go.
Now we're also free to steal the idol. If we want, since the ritual has been stopped. You have the quest, right? Good. You need to start the quest to steal the idol.
If everyone else minds their business, I'll be fine.
Before you confront Koga about being a shadow druid. Just gonna take that and travel to camp. And use waypoint traveling to
breathe deep and move.
Break the crime response so we don't get called out.
I have such a headache.
Alright, I think... yeah, that's it. We have 4 mage armor scrolls. I think I'm going to use Helldusk for the prison fight. I won't need that drastic of a spell save DC increase. I can skimp on 1 to get 10 more, not 10, but 6 more AC.
I need a quick word.
You could talk to Maul. She's got anything interesting to say and to sell as well.
I had a feeling you'd be back.
Idols all yours. A ring of protection.
I had a feeling you'd be back.
And check. It's 400. This is so expensive. I'm not doing that.
You've been a...
Here's love. And now let's go chat up with Zevlor. 45 XP, by the way, for finishing this quest.
Cursed.
And talk to Zevlor for another 45. And then we are long rest ready. I also want to know, does Nimbus stay through the long rest? Because if we could conserve resources that way, mainly elixirs that we're gonna be feeding him, that would be quite nice. Guess we'll have to check. Oh damn. Looks like I forgot a tiefling that does not
Where am
normally
I?
make it to Act 2.
What's going on?
I'm going to swap my elixir real quick. And she is also one of the tieflings that does not survive otherwise, so we can just carry her
Cutting to the
somewhat
chase.
over here and toss her into the pit. Unsuccessful throwing is not considered a hostile action, and by the time this is relevant, they're already dead, so usually no crime response, but it can still happen though. When it comes to scrolls, we have one that I'm interested in giving to Zeblo.
I'm told the druid.
Olga stopped the champing, we got the XP for it,
and
I'm going to gift Zeblo just a quick black tentacle scroll with maybe a few firebolts as well. Because if you give him scrolls, he is willing to use them in the grove defense. So do what you will with that information. You could even stack him up with like 2 fireballs or 3 and have him clear the entirety of the invasion by himself. It can get quite funny. But then as long as you keep the spiders off of him,
it's no small thing
you can
to
kill
ask,
everything
but
else.
I've seen you fight.
Alright. Another 45 XP for that. And we are more or less ready to go and take another long rest. Before we start the raid, I do want to make sure that I check on Grat to see if there's anything I might want. For later down the line. Boots of Aid and Comfort, we can give Nimbus +3 temporary HP each turn. Together with Warden of Vitality, that we can pick up as a magical secret. On a bonus action, 3 temp hit points. It's not gonna be relevant in Act 3. Diviner Shoes, I don't really care about. Gloves of Archery, we're not allowed to do bow attacks against enemies, only objects, and those have 1 HP normally. aka bottles, alchemist fires, so on.
Get moved.
I also want to stop by the Riverside Tea House, stash away the water bottles from Ethel, so we can buy a few more off of her, if need be.
What do you say? Want me to take care of
Ethel is the only vendor that sells water bottles in this game, and she provides 5 more every time her inventory refreshes, so in case you want a steady supply of those, this is where you can get them. We've talked to Roa Moonglove and the vendors in the Myconnet colony, so let's take a long rest. Yeah, we're ready for that.
Never a dull moment.
Make sure to save the game since we haven't done that in a while. have had a star druid dip at one point, and I'm still a touch paranoid, so the save file won't get corrupted. But I'm keeping the best hopes in mind. Alright, we lost a temporary HP. Nimbus lost his elixir, however he did stay throughout the long rest. Well, that's already a W for us. I'm swapping to Helda's Karma because I don't want to expend a scroll of mage armor for one fight that we're gonna be doing before long resting again.
What do you say? Want me to take care of the little bugger?
Want me to take care of the little bugger? Oh, auntie, you have such a way with words.
Ta-ta, pet.
Vendor run. Let's go. When it comes to Grove Defense, I cannot get targeted by the spiders at all. If that happens, I'm probably dead on the spot. So I will need Nimbus to deal with them for me. I'm gonna stash these things away. Polymorph, Fear, Greater Invis. Scroll of Web is an interesting one. Because we can cast that surface to grab together the goblins that I normally spawn from the barrel. It's an interesting choice. The rest deals damage, so not on this playthrough. I probably want a scroll of Fire Shield for Nimbus. I'm gonna put that on him. But this says whether your body inflames that shield light in a 3-meter radius, that shed light in a 3-meter radius, provides resistance to fire or cold damage and retaliate against melee attacks. I have a suspicion that this cannot be cast on an ally, can it? Because if we take a look at your at Scroll of Protection from Energy, it says touch a creature to grant it resistance to yada yada yada. But this thing might not actually work. If I get a free one, I'll test it out, but not currently as things stand. It is also one of our last opportunities to grab everything we want from Roa, so I will grab one stone skin scroll. Anything else? We don't have Misty Step, and we only have one scroll of those, so I want to make sure that I have at least one more in my reserve. And I want one Bestow Curse in my inventory, which I already have. One Strength. Necrotic Resistance will come in useful in Act 2. I will also use one of my summons to be... I could either go for Aesir, because I have a limitation of 2 summons maximum at the same time, so I can either take an Aesir or I can take a Skeleton. And I think Aesir plus Nimbus could potentially be enough to distract the spiders. So I will take all of that. Oh, I already have one. So that I don't need. Vigilance elixirs, do you provide? You do not. Okay. And also we have enhanced sleep. To cast on Nimbus, he can drink a featherfall to boost his mobility a bit further. And that's all I want from you. Alright. Myconid colony. Check for more haste spores. Now that we are level 6, the dead myconids around the area have a chance to drop haste spores. And that's why I intentionally left all of these untouched. Right. Yada yada. I don't need Mage Scroll right now. Picking up another Walk Fang would be quite nice. Just to try and make sure to have a Bloodlust Elixir ready for Act 2 as well, if need be. Scroll of Haste. Have 2. And when it comes to Nimbus, I probably just want to give him a Vigilance Elixir. So all I'm grabbing is this. Okay, sir. Gotta talk to Melon once again.
Let me
stash away the baubles for later. Just a quick check how many we've got of each. One Void and Spiked in particular right now. And we have 2 Caustic Bulbs as well. We're still more than well covered on these. Go check on Dareth as well.
Will be no point in lingering now I've got the noble stock.
No point in lingering once you have the noble stock. Oh, Frost Salamander Tongue. Not that we will need any of them, but those bad boys are quite rare. Alright, I'm gonna take that. I will also want more Vigilance Elixirs for any to provide. Not really. Divine Bone Shards, there's also only one, and we have one more bomb that we can use in this act, which I already have. Alright, thanks. Goblin Camp, and let's go break Halcyon free. I want good movement for this engagement. Let's go. I'm probably gonna only use 1 level 3 spell slot. Alright. Double check that all of the goblins that leave with Minthara to the raid are dead already. The 2 over here, the patrolling one. 3 on the left side, where the dude is captured, we killed earlier. The 2 in this room plus the scrying guy are dead already, only Minty remains. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I will probably not go to Moonrise Towers early on this playthrough, so Minty unfortunately will not be surviving the raid. And then also these three will go and will go with Minthara, but I'm going to summon them into this combat. Alright, with all things set, I believe we are ready to start smacking.
Let's move.
As soon as you approach the door, the cutscene will start. However, it will not start if a summon does so. So I'm placing Nimbus right over here. I'm gonna give myself and him enhanced leap for this fight. So come back, doggy. We still have a job to do.
I can do better. I must.
Alright, so we're gonna give it to him first. And then to myself as well. Nimbus is gonna go over here. We're going to 1, 2, 3 plus click heals. And in the cutscene that happens over here, this goblin Urka usually dies. However, you can kill her off before Halsin breaks free. And that way you can guarantee that you get her XP as well. Don't worry, you can just attack the goblin and Halsin will always side with you, so you're not forced to kill him. And Nimbus missed, which is a damn shame. But he still goes before Halsin.
On my way.
So we have a shit ton of movement speed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a water bottle, toss one on the ground. This is my one item interaction per turn. And we're going to offhand attack it because I don't have a crossbow on me. Making her wet, making her take double the damage. I don't want to go for the shocking grasp because this will electrify the surface, and I need the kids to summon the guards, aka the 3 archers from the outside, to so I can pull them into combat without enraging anybody. This is just a joke. Critical miss. FF. This guy will go and summon the wargs out. So I will probably want to move somewhere over here. Alright. Wow, he's actually not don't fall prone. Dumbass. Nimbus will take 1 speed pot because I really want to make sure that she does not make it out of this alive. Unlucky. I wonder if Halsin kills her in the cutscene. If the combat is started beforehand, do we get XP for that as well? Also, we got another Shadow Pup. And Halsin is just slaughtering kids, as per usual. This one has made it out, so the archers are coming. And we did not get the XP. Unlucky. Alson was born to slaughter kids? Pretty much, yeah. Alright, so... where are we standing here? The archers are coming in on the next turn. And they will start hurting in that turn as well, so... I'm going to extend spell Blade Ward, which will make it last for 4 turns instead of 2. I'm taking half the physical damage. I'm still wet, so... but not to bother. Question right now is, do we... oh, I can do a quick test, actually. I'm going to summon another nimbus, and I want to see if the small pup then disappears as well. He does have a speed bot on him, so that would be kind of wasteful. Maybe I want to do that some other time. Yeah, might as well look at the powers. Not gonna be a lot of damage, but at least it will allow us to move the hell out of the way.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
He's going back to the lever, which is quite nice. Nimbus. I will need you to start tanking for me. So you're gonna go over here. You're going to jump back here and just get ready for the archers. I'm fine with sacrificing 1 turn of his haste. Alson is also busy, so he won't be fighting the summoned wargs, which is already more useful than the normal. Nice crit. Alright. We get a bonus action doggo. He clearly cannot even dash. Oh well.
Don't waste a step.
Now that we're over here, these archers have quite good dex saving throws. I'm just gonna be doing this. 1 done. Unfortunately, she will take her turn before Nimbus, however, I'm confident that he can take her out. I'm just gonna reposition to more favorable spots, start harassing the other enemies. There's the Wolf Companion. Nimbus can take that opportunity attack for us. Splinter Shadow, make another one. And first go for Entangle, which was a hit, an advantage, and now he can just try and smack the living shit out of this archer. Was that his action surge? Destroyed a grease bottle. It was a grease bottle? Oh, he can throw one. Okay. And if they get thrown, they disappear? What is their duration though? That I am a bit curious in. What's your dex as well? 16 10. I mean, he's hardly any better than a wild animal. Still have a free jump? No, just a visual bug. Can I target all three of you? Does not look like it. I have a 55 and a 70. Critical hit and a critical miss.
What path lies before me?
Hope I didn't get in the range. I did not. That's nice. Earth Dragon, how you doing? Glad to have you over here. Yeah, it turns out the Splintered Shadow. Oh. What was that inspo? Guess we just got an inspo. Typical wizard? We're playing a sorcerer, but yeah. What we're trying to do is we're trying to do only cantrip damage, only direct damage through cantrips. Throwable consumables excluded out of that. You can do exclamation mark rules. And yeah, we also are a dirge with Deathstalker's Mantle. And we're trying to abuse that fact to come on, I know there's a pixel over here. Trying to abuse that fact to let Nimbus do all the tanking for us. Both of these wolves are still quite alive and healthy. What I think I'm going to do is we're going to click heals. There's 3 doggers over there. And I believe I can tank that one spider. The Breath Dragon, when it comes to that, I have to tell you that unfortunately, that's skill issue on your part. You know? Because all of the casters, even if they have spells and everything, there's nothing anywhere that says you have to, you definitely cannot swing weapons with them. So, like, what's stopping you for just having 20 strength on your wizard, your abjuration wizard, use it to swing your weapons, and just have the retaliation damage from Arcane Ward, and have 8 int and only cast spells that don't have spell save DC, like Shield, that is only on yourself, Mage Armor as well, to buff up your Arcane Ward, and just be a wizard that swings a weapon. Like, no game says just because there's that wizard thing.
No choice but to keep going.
Excuse me. Just because there's that wizard thing written and this icon over here, that doesn't mean you don't swing your weapons. You know, like, it's just you're choosing what to do with your actions, and even if you're not proficient in a weapon, there's still a reason to swing the weapon, in my opinion. Like every abjuration spell, except Warding Bomb and Glyph of Warding. Ultimate Ninja, I have something to add to Glyph of Warding that might just change your mind. Before patch 8, Glyph of Warding was not considered your spell. It was just a surface you put somewhere, and it didn't apply effects from items, and it's sometimes and there's also another interaction that didn't work with it. However, now it is considered your spell that you cast for all of the item effects. So, for example, Winter's Clutches, Encrusted with Frost, disadvantage on dex saving throws. So if you make water, right, Glyph of Warding on the enemy, everybody gets encrusted with frost, everybody is suddenly on top of the ice and making the saving throw not to fall prone with disadvantage. This is now possible. That was not possible before, so... say what you will, but I think Glyph of Warding has definitely managed to redeem itself in my eyes.
One day I'll catch a break.
I love Glyph of Warding, I mean just because it has a spell DC. There's several ways of increasing that, and a lot of AoE spells that still do half the damage whenever an enemy saves are still more than worth using. Like I was using class action from Stars Druid, the Breath. That is a 2d6 radiant damage that still they take half damage on a save, so that is 1d6 damage on my bonus action. That doesn't consume any additional resources besides the initial cast of getting into that form. Right, so it's a 1d6 of radiant. I'm about to get to Act 2, so I probably could have kept that. So most of the enemies would still take double damage from that, so still double the damage. And like, that thing can also, if you place a water bottle on the ground, or any breakable container, or item for that matter, it will still target that item. So you could place a water bottle, Dazzling Breath, get everybody wet at the cost of a bonus action, deal 1d6 radiant damage at the minimum on them, and still have your action to either do Shocking Grasp or Ray of Frost, whichever you fancy. These Wargs have, by the way, really high dex. I don't know why I was acid splashing them before. But yeah, in case you're not convinced by Nimbus yet, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Nimbuses tanking for me. Get here, my bestest boys. This is so cool. Unfortunately, the original one died, so
need to find a way forward.
But yeah, like regarding Glyph of Warding, right?
One should
just place a water bottle down before you do Glyph of Warding, either cold or lightning, and the enemies that are within the range of the water bottle are gonna get wet and are still, like, even if they save on the dex save, which is a lot of enemies later down the line,
either way, I owe thanks. I am the Druid Halsin.
Have really good dex saves, right? You can still get them wet, make a nice surface, make them roll to not get proned, encrusted with frost on them, prone to with disadvantage, encrusted with frost on them, double the damage because they're wet, you know? So like it's all of that for the cost of one action, and it's an AoE. Like, say what you will, this is one of the rare patch 8 Ws, but Glyph of Warding is a freaking beast right now. And I'm already considering a playthrough around that spell.
These enchantments are placed on them, and it's where you'll find your cure.
Because now that it's triggering all of those effects, you can either choose heat, so you can do additional damage riders, additional DRS with heat mechanics. You can sleep enemies, you can propel enemies. You can also shock them, make an electrified surface, you know? So yeah. These stupid magicians like Gale, I'm constantly stuck somewhere in the ass. because this idiot, clumsy in athletics, falls off of his own. Oil can jump 2 meters. All the checks always fail. I repeatedly want to give him the fish. It weren't for the explosives in his chest. Yeah, I get that the items are really... it's annoying to get rid of them and not being able to either sell them or use them. On the other hand though, Grey Dragon, sleeping on surfaces. Withers is in the camp. Put Gale in there, he's got human versatility, give him athletics proficiency. Slap a hill giant elixir on him if you refuse to put strength into your wizard, and he will all of a sudden be able to jump long, not get as easily prone, and he'll also be a really good shover. So if you're using your main action to cast a spell, then you can always just shove an enemy into it, like Cloud of Daggers for example. Cloud of Daggers, they will take damage whenever they enter and at the start of their turn. So you cast Cloud of Daggers on 3 guys, there's 1 guy that's just outside of it. Gale is all of a sudden athletic proficient, and if you have guidance left over from before, you can shove him in. It is probably going to be around 90% or so success rate. And it's like, it just depends on what you do, but sticking and not reading what how certain things work and accusing certain classes to be bad because of that is like, sorry bro, but you're just exposing your skill issue at this point. You say a rare patch 8W is patch 8 not well received? Well, the new things we got are definitely super fun, strong and useful, but playing Starryform Druid has been known to crash people, break people's saves, so they weren't able to reload or anything. And there's also a lot of new bugs in patch 8 that still haven't been addressed yet. But they said they are working on them. But like, just one of those bugs is not being able to, like, if you traverse weird geometry, when you fall down you have a chance to get stuck, not being able to move. You still can jump around and stuff, but if that happens, you can't fix that, so you're forced to jump everywhere. It can also happen that you cannot pick up items. So if you're playing solo honor mode, you all of a sudden in Act 2 cannot loot anything anymore, pick up anything off the ground anymore. You know, I think you can imagine how that can be detrimental to your playthrough. What's that new tech about Glyph of Warding? Glyph of Warding is now considered the spell that you cast also for item effects. So before, if you had an item like Winter's Clutcher's Gloves that you can get quite early, which state whenever you deal cold damage, inflict 2 turns of Encrusted with Frost on an enemy. If you cast Glyph of Warding with that, you wouldn't get Encrusted with Frost on all of the enemies that you would hit. Now in patch 8, you do. And all I have to say is Marco Heshkir. I don't think you need any more reasons than that. So yeah.
If you want to find a cure, you must... I cannot allow these butchers to threaten my grove.
Mick.
Order
That's
must
right.
be protected. They are the ones holding these parasites together. Remove them.
I noticed the Larians hate men so much that they deliberately made them as annoying as possible. Brother, this is like... This is... By the way, if you read the chat rules when you came into the stream, it is strictly specified no politics. So you still haven't strayed over there too badly, but consider this your pre-warning before you continue. And like, if you're going to start talking politics over here, you're gonna get banned. I do not give a shit. But yeah, for the sake of the argument, I'm gonna keep on reading. I wish I was always only had female characters like Toad, which I always kill. I hate arrogant women. Oh god. No, I'm just banning you straight away, man. Hate speech, I mean, I don't even need to explain myself. I'm not tolerating that. Respecting other chatters and people in general is a must in this channel, so get lost, man. What was the thing you add to Gale to be able not to fail athletics checks and make a jump? I missed that. Larger than life, I was referring to Gale being human, and humans get one more proficiency of their choice as a racial feature. And that guy that I just banned was making an argument that Gale always slips on surfaces. So I told him that withers exists, so you can go respec, put that point into athletics proficiency, and then Gale will not be as likely to get prone. But yeah. Base moderation. Well, if you don't want to respect the chat rules, brother, I have no I have no place for you over here. It's my channel. I get to moderate however I wish. Yes, it is based. But primarily because he was willing to bring politics into this. Respecting others and no politics. None of that. And I don't care what your political affiliation is. You can be left wing, you can be right wing. I do not give a shit. This is a space where these types of conversations remain out of. And that is my personal wish, and it will be followed. You can always start your own Twitch channel and have your political discussions over there, but not over here, mate.
If I join you, we'll likely
and I'm gonna make him stay over here. It's like the one tweet from Doom Twitter account. You control the buttons you press. Exactly. Are you from anywhere? Europe? You sound Nordic or German? I'm actually Eastern European. But yeah, I'm from EU. I'm not really comfortable by mentioning specifically which country, so that remains a secret.
Open up.
But yeah, I'm from EU, Eastern Europe, and that's as much as I'm comfortable telling. Alright, so behind here there is a certain pile of bones. You can stop laying on the ground for a second. Thank you. Hey yo Anna, how you doing? By the way, I just noticed that you subbed and I didn't catch that. Thank you so much, by the way. Enjoy new emotes. I've just added a few yesterday. And of course the ad-free experience. I don't know if the ads are even ever playing on my channels, just I hope really that they're not. I'm not getting any alerts for them either, so yeah, enjoy the emotes. Hey yo Mick, coming in with a sub. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been playing around with ChatGPT for a few days now, and it's been quite an experience trying to learn all of that.
Wish I had a bag of holding.
But after endless hours of it queuing up the render and then not doing anything, I finally managed to get some success with it. I will keep on improving, but this is what we got for now. But I'll definitely will try and make more emotes as things go on, as memes develop and so on. But these are just a few ideas I've come up with so far. What I'm doing with ChatGTP, making emotes. You can actually get make it create you quite a few very nice ones. These three that you see, these two that you see displayed from other chatters right now have been made by ChatGPT. Got any interest in mods for BG3? Classes or encounters or items? So far I've only dipped my toes into visual mods, which I really enjoy. Mainly for making characters a bit more bearable to look at for the entire playthrough, but outside of that I haven't really done any of those yet. Not that I'm not interested, I definitely see myself using them at a certain point. It's just I still haven't even done a solo playthrough with each class, so you know, one step at a time. And there's a fly in my room. Where are my cats when I need them? Closed mouth for the win? Hell yeah. Although I have to say, I've been using Dragonborn camp clothes, and I have to say, I'm a huge fan. Like, says it's the same pair of things that you normally get, but this thing rips. Like, it's just the basic trousers and the underwear, but Dragonborn get treated really well when it comes to fashion. But yeah, I've seen a couple of mods that are that other people are using that are actually that actually look fun when it comes to increasing difficulty. The name escapes me right now, but it's the one that adds your allied skeletons and gives you random encounters throughout your journey. Just some added enemies that apparently never repeat themselves, which is whew. Super nice. But yeah, that one has caught my attention. When it comes to items though, I will probably remain on vanilla preset. The things that we already get are more than strong enough to win the game with every class, every subclass in the game. So until I get bored with combining everything in different ways, I'll definitely just stick with vanilla. Personally, the UI improving mods are heavenly, and the ones that make carry weight a non-issue. See, carry weight I think should remain as it is, because it is bound to strength. Sure, it can be convenient to be able to carry as much as you can, but this is just keeps my inventory more managed, and I actually spent some time in here without, which I should be doing way more. Same for enemies, but like just opening this screen tells me what stuff do I have and what is actually an option. I still like have moments or entire acts where I don't even look in my inventory and I don't know that I have an easy solution to a problem, and then keep on twisting my brain into a bunch. Meanwhile, I had a conversation, I had an answer right in my pocket. So if you install Mod Manager script extension, achievement come back, yeah, I have that already. And it's super nice when you just want to test things. If you have a character in Act 3, you can just level it up fully, add any item from the game you want, and it's very convenient. I believe that is only for PC, Anna. The script extender.
I do not
one of
a true soul. Praise be.
Challenge my game to beat the game with every single subclass. on a monoclass run at least, that is a huge undertaking. That's what? That's 50... around 58 subclasses, if I'm not mistaken. 58 runs, yeah. Good luck with that. I mean, I personally still don't see myself ever taking College of Glamour Bard all the way from level 1 to level 12. I really enjoy the tinkering that I can make with builds, and taking the little smaller features, smaller subclass features, and making them shine. Finding the combination of items that works the best with the intended gameplay that I try to do. But yeah, hunt was the target.
She is seeking.
Now that we cleared every goblin that leaves with Minty,
feel
I'm
her
ready to talk to her. I've also saved Halsin and pretty much cleared out the prison. But yeah, this is now we're ready to send Minty on her way.
Speak, true
You
soul.
won't.
The hunt must begin soon.
We don't need the prisoner. I know the place. The
Her
absolute
tiefling
guide.
faces flicker as she
Allow me to read your
Go to their
thoughts.
refuge.
And once I'm
and
inside,
a masterful painting she
it shall be so.
For the
Alright. To spice it up, I want to try different gimmicks for each run. I mean, I'm planning on doing this over the span of a couple of years, so LOL. For sure, I mean, that's valid. Was I just able to drag a corpse? Weird. But yeah, this game is definitely vast enough. It's got a vast enough sandbox that if you're willing to step away from the quote-unquote meta builds and actually use your brain for once and try to enjoy a game in a way that is not repeating itself every single time, then there is a lot of options. Not infinite, but definitely more than people have the time to test.
When we reach the grove,
Alright, we have successfully taken out every goblin that leaves with Minty. So to replace those, the game is gonna make new goblins for the Grove raid, which effectively is just like printing XP. Absolutely, there are some classes that because I've never really used much, it'll be quite a learning experience, for sure. And with the more different things you do, the more your knowledge expands, and you try different things. And you always have the good old reliable stuff to fall back upon, like resistances, damage reduction, guaranteed hits, and so on. Multi-bombing, you know, that's... If you allow that in your rule set, that is always has a chance to remain on the back burner, so... You know, in case things don't work out, at least we got a helping hand in our back pocket
Pleasure.
at any time.
Is my species evolving? Very well.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
Just a quick vendor check before we go on our way. And now that we talked to Minty, the raid for the Grove is gonna happen on the next long list. And I've just realized I've already done that, so... I'm going to get a few more sorcery points. Make myself another nimbus, so we have even more sorcery points on the next day. Alrighty. One run I'm looking forward is to try an enchantment wizard, since I really want to see how the level 6 feature really works. But from what I'm seeing, it seems to work kind of like a resourceless counterspell for enemy attack rolls. I believe that one is on a short rest, or am I mistaken? I'll need to read up on that. I tend to forget things as I go. Let me bring you up. Enchantment. Yeah, instinctive charm. As a reaction, charm an enemy that attacks you. They must succeed a wisdom saving throw or attack a new target if possible. If a target succeeds the saving throw, it cannot be affected by this ability until after long rest. Damn, so forcing disadvantage of that might be a huge part of it. Minthara attacked me when I looked out the goblins.
We'll be clearing
So I had to slay her. I guess it was because the sentinel I had to attack to the end of battle at the end of turn, but Minthara joined the battle from her room. That sucks, larger than life. But the thing is, that's why I always like, unless they beat the drum, that turns everybody permanently hostile forever, period. However, if there's no drums in the area, you can always invis yourself close to an enemy and then walk away from your current position, and once they come to investigate, that will break combat. So I always try and keep an invis spot handy, especially for situations like these. Alright, when we long rest, we also get rid of nauseated condition, which means we'll be able to reapply repression. With a great ability to blind enemies, Beastmaster Ranger with the Raven, it's so good. Oh yeah, I love that. Haven't really given Beastmaster Ranger a proper try yet, and for the sake of variability, I took a caster on this run, but I'm thinking I'm going to be doing a Ranger playthrough quite soon. Alright, quick full rest. Was he the Gloomstalker or Hunter? Beastmaster Ranger has a lot of different beasts they can summon up, and that alone. I destroyed the drums, I guess, but I'm not sure. See, whenever you get into combat with an enemy, you can always check if they have a tag on them that says temporary hostile. If you break combat with a target, with an enemy that's got temporary hostile on it, when you come back, the only thing that is going to be reduced is their attitude.
Welcome back. Have you made any new discoveries?
But if there's no temporary hostile, then unfortunately you're stuck having to fight them no matter how many times you break combat and show up again. Alright, so quick vendor check. Haste is super nice. I'm going to buy that right away. Stash away Dimension Door, Flight, Protection from Energy, Remove Curse, and Wings for invis spots. But the Raven is so much fun. Raven together with some source of blind immunity, and if you give Raven some haste and long strider, you can make it fly around endlessly and just make a huge cloud of darkness. So if you're not a caster and don't have access to that and don't have Charged Spear of Evening for some reason,
we'll be clear. No
that is definitely a thing you can do. Alright, Elixir of Vigilance. We need that. The rest I can just stash away. I will give a flying potion to Nimbus. So, for this.
This'll do wonders for the shop.
Mintara got a nice stealth bonus armor, so I don't mind. Plus con save bonus. Oh yeah. That armor, if you can work around having quite low AC, is definitely quite useful. Alright, this is the day of the Grove raid, so let's go make our elemental. I'm going to use Aesir because I have a limitation of maximum 2 summons per combat. I exclude the Splintered Shadow because that is a reaction and special feature. And let's buff them up. First things first, everybody takes Shield of Faith. Extra AC never killed no one. Quite the opposite. What you done here? I'm going to talk to Sovereign Blood and dismiss him real quick. I'm going to use one of 3 8 scrolls that we find in this game, even further buffing up everybody's HP. So we got 8 on ourselves.
How much further can I go?
And then... do I have Armor of Agathis? I do not. Okay. So we're gonna go back to Riverside Tea House and drink from the well to get 10 temporary hit points for ourselves. My current run has shown how busted darkness really is, so being able to have a source of resources darkness is huge, for sure. I'm definitely doing Coronation Goat for my Beastmaster run. That's the style on him with my funny bird. Yeah, also if you're a druid, wild shaped, and you take Tavern Brawler, you add your strength modifier to your attack rolls, and the Raven's got a source of blind. So you can be Raven yourself, which can come in quite useful. I just wish they let you name the beast companions whatever you want. There's a mod for that? Not, there you go.
Fresh, sweet-smelling water gurgles gently below the warm.
We're drinking from the well because it's still more HP than keeping the bless, and it stacks. Like, we're set at 32. Alright, these two actually stack, so we're almost at 50 HP. Not that I'm complaining.
Intestines throb.
We're just gonna stash away the water if we can find Auntie.
I should speak up.
There she is.
What do you say? Want me to take care of the little bugger?
Who wouldn't, Auntie? Who wouldn't? Auntie Romans when? Alright.
Shut up!
We're gonna leave this for now, and with all of these buffs applied, we are ready? Yep, we are ready. So we're gonna travel to Amulet Grove and let's get things started. Gear of choice, I'll probably swap the circlet for Haste Helm. I'd like to have some additional movement. And once you enter this area on the day of the Grove, there's no leaving. If you leave, Minty, the game will consider as if Minty raided and won, and every tiefling will be dead, and the Grove will be locked out as well, if I'm not mistaken.
And we need to talk!
Moon Druid Beastmaster with Familiar, so you have Murder of Crows. It stacks because, well, extra HP is... yeah, but it doesn't stack, the Refreshing buff does not stack with Shield of Trolls. From your Illithid. So there's certain things that do not stack with one another, but these two do, so... And I'm pretty certain it does not stack from 8 from amulet of the Absolute, so... There's one more quest we have to finish up though, that is only available during the raid itself, and that is finding Donnie. It's worth 35 XP, and it's also the reason why we didn't get rid of Ricta, even though she does not make it to Act 2. Rika, sorry.
Please, we need to get him into the cave before the...
No, but I'll keep an eye out on him. And Donnie can be found in front of the entrance. Now, if a lot of druids died while you were confronting Koga, this quest might bug out, but you can still complete it by improvise melee Donnie back to the hideout. So yeah. It counts as you already having temp HP, so it doesn't let you add more temp HP on top of it either. That's why those don't stack. Alright, that's fair. But these two do. It's weird, man. There's no real consistency to it. Alright, so Donnie is glitched, so I'm just gonna pick him up and carry him upstairs.
Here we go again.
Come on, work with me. I find the Mood Druid and Beastmaster are better as mono classes, or with the 1 or 2 levels in case of Moon Druid. In other classes, e.g. Cleric. Yeah, it depends on what you want to do, because Moon Druid as like there's always compromises when it comes to mono classing. But Moon Druid at level 6 gets a feature considering all of the attacks you make in your wild shaped as magical damage. So that can already be super helpful, especially for Merkel, since he does resist normal bludgeoning, but he does not resist the magical variant of it. Alright, so we'll bring Donnie over here. Actually gonna bring him all the way to Richter. There we go.
There you are! Thanks.
Get the dialogue, we talk to her, and that's 35 XP. But yeah, like, it's always trade-offs when you're doing multi-classing. I just really enjoy smashing things together, but a lot of pure classes are really powerful as they stand. You just have to understand what you're doing with the set character, what's the damage you're going for, and what are the features you're trying to get out of that subclass. And after you have evaluated the features that you get, think about the items. Can you get that any other way? And if you can't, then... and you're really depending on those features to do something for you, then multi-class is probably worth it.
Good here, I hope.
If not, then maybe using items wouldn't be the worst idea in the world. And also, it has to be said that there's a lot of similar builds that achieve the same thing through different classes, like Eldritch Blaster being one of them. I think I'm going to leave Nimbus over here, since I'm most afraid of Zevlo dying. I'm gonna move the rest over here.
Ash and meat.
But yeah, the Eldritch Blaster argument, right? Technically, the most damage you can squeeze out of that is from Evocation Wizard. At level 10, you add your Intelligence modifier on top of that. And you also get your spells. And then 2 levels of Warlock for Agonizing Blast and Potent Rope, and you would build that to have high Charisma and high Intelligence. And just with flat modifier added damage, this is the most damage you can get from each individual beam. But I see a lot of people trying to do the same thing, multi-classing with Sorcerer. It does come online quicker, and both Warlock and Sorcerer use Charisma, so that is also super convenient. So yeah, it's still, you know, you have to decide what the hell you're going for. So if you're looking for features from Sorcerer, for that example, you know, take Sorcerer. If you're looking for features from Wizard, that Sorcerer that Sorcerer can do, and vice versa, you take that. It's like, I'm not gonna claim which is the best for you, but as Anna said, fun is probably the most important aspect of it all. Alright, in preparation, I'm turning off all of these fires. There's goblins down there that can Misty Step and cast Grease. Open Flame plus barrels can combine itself together into a disaster. And it does not require you an action to turn these on and off. They're basically like candles, for that matter. So as long as you're willing to expend a little bit of movement speed, you can turn them on whenever you want. I wouldn't say, and I mean, it's not the creativity around it. It's about finding something, liking it enough to make a playthrough around it. That's how I go about it. For me, it was, I want Nimbus, and I want Nimbus to take attention away from me so I can do whatever the fuck I want, right? And when it comes to an argument to taking 4 levels of Cleric or 3 for aid to buff Nimbus's HP, compared to cutting words from College of Law Bard, the argument that tipped College of Bard into the favor is the cutting words are on the reaction. I get calm emotions, which is also very helpful, which I don't get with every cleric class, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong on that, but it's easier for me to make Nimbus's ominous bite land and have Nimbus as a more expendable unit compared to buffing him up every single time before I go into fight, because he'll never be crit immune, so he can still just get blasted out of existence. And then if I want to make another Nimbus just as strong as powerful, just as powerful as the previous one, is way more action economy negative on my part, and that's what swayed me towards College of Law compared to taking 4 levels into Cleric and 2 into Star Druid. And since we're playing with Deathstalker's Mantle, I shouldn't be able to be targeted, and therefore my concentration should be preserved. But yeah, strictly speaking, Nimbus would be more buffier if I took Cleric levels. This way he's not as buffier, but he's way more replaceable. Because I can spend a bonus action to summon a new one again, and then Nimbus's bonus action to drink Elixir of Universal Resistance, and that's pretty much Nimbus set up already. Alright, let's get this thing started. I'm delaying shit way too much. The goblins are coming, they're led by a drow. No point waiting at them. What do you need?
We'll blow the horn to draw them in.
Alright, so take the bait. And now we are almost ready. Just a quick double check. Nimbus. Vigilance Elixir.
Still in control.
Me.
Just.
Vigilance Elixir. I'm taking dual hand crossbows since I'm already beating everything in initiative and I'd like to have an added ranged option to interact with items. I'm going to be swapping to Bloodlust later. Our Aesir is going to take a Strength Elixir just to make him more accurate. easier to deal with the spider, and there's a barrel over here, which we can ignite at the cost of our bonus action, so that's already super nice.
Still breathing, despite everything.
So yeah, the more you learn about the game, the more options open up, so you can try to weave together. So just keep doing the best you have and have fun. That's what matters. Yeah, exactly as Mick said.
Draw. Breathe. Loose.
Alright, so quick double check on my gear. Most of this area is well illuminated, so circlet that works in shadows is not gonna help. The buffs I want to pre-apply is extended blade ward, just in case the spider goes for me for whatever reason. Coating my things does not make sense. I'm also going to be taking mirror image. I'm casting a scroll for this since I want to preserve my spell slot. The reason why I'm buffing up my defenses so much is, as if you've probably figured out, I also forgot to cast mage armor on myself. We do not have crit immunity over here, so want to make sure that we do not get hit. Want to add this. Sweet. And the rest is pretty much done. Nothing else remaining than this. Alright, so in order, there's also an argument to be made over here for Power Louvre instead of Spell Sparkler, because if I have a lot of movement speed, I can position myself to both spiders, so my summons benefit from additional damage. Alright. So we do mirror image, we do extended blade ward, we shriek, we dash, and we go. So, ready? And let's toot the horn.
I know.
Now slit his throat.
No, this grove is under my protection. Even with Vigilance Elixir, this goddamn spider went before I did. I must have rolled a 1. How much did we have? 8, and these guys have 4? 5, yeah, I rolled a 1, he rolled a 4. Lol. Okay, so we started combat, so Vigilance Elixir is useless already. So I'm swapping to Bloodlust. And the other spider will be coming up. Nimbus is, I don't know why not in combat yet. Just gonna get him into the turn order. No. Hello? There we go. And since Nimbus went before me,
sometimes
I'm going to use his action before the other spider that jumps normally up to Zevlo. Where is he, by the way? Yeah, so he's gonna go. He's likely to come up to Zevlo.
Another fight. Let's go.
I'm going to use his action to pop haste ball grenades. Although we're not concentrating yet. No. No, not on this fight. I have a different thing to concentrate on. Just remembered. And I'll do that after this turn. So yeah, baseball grenades. Going to attack this thing for us. And maybe I just plop him down over here and make him hide for now.
I won't give in.
And we still have one more side initiative, but because the spider has more decks, went first, bro. Oh, thanks. It's 1d4, so the max difference that can be there is 3, so you want to make sure that you have at least 4 to guarantee not to get equal. Yeah, thanks for the correction, Mick. So I'm going to use this opportunity to cast the last bomb that I have, and I'm going to use that to get all of the goblins out of the barrels over there. Beautiful. And next thing that we're going to do is we're going to cast Sleet Storm. With Malstaff, have a bit better spell save DC, and goblins don't have that good saving throws. So this guy comes up. Zevlo might cast Black Tentacles. So I want to go back to Azir and help him beat up the spider. There we go. Try and stay as far away from the barrel so we don't get caught in the explosion. Which is going to happen, by the way. Alright, there's the spider. Nimbus has failed the hiding check, so no advantage on his first attack. Zevlo is doing Black Tentacles, which is very nice. He also got his... Are you okay? Do you need a therapist? Dude, what the... He just yeeted himself off a freaking cliff for no apparent reason. Like the Zevlo. Come on, man. Dear Lord. He just cast Black Tentacles and then dropped falling prone and losing concentration on it. That was his turn. Universe works in mysterious ways, by the way. Alright, our Azir will take a speed pot. We're gonna start by attempting to concussive smash a spider. No luck. So I'm just continuing on with Branding Smite. There we go. Very nice damage. I mean, Zevlo is as good as dead now. Like, I'm not even gonna bother saving him. Shame for the ice surface that we lost, but it is what it is. I forgot to place a grease bottle at the area where Minty spawns. That usually helps to prevent her from moving. So that was a step I did not do. And there's one Booyag that's got Scrolls of Hold Person. And it's this one. Missed a step. And there's the hold person. Straight on me. This is why we took counterspell. Hell nah. He's riding to hell. Hell riders. I mean, I might as well try and kill him myself now. Alright. Quick question. Is there any reason why I should try and kill this spider? Not really. I forgot to take my flight potion, so I'm gonna do that right now. And we're going to fly back to haste balls. Regain half of the movement. Should have probably kept Nimbus next to haste balls. This thing is his strength save. What are the odds? Not that good. He's safe, so I'm gonna park Nimbus next to him.
Well, so much for peace.
And skip his turn. Oh wait, Nimbus still has a bonus action, right? Yeah. Drink this. Try again. There we go. There's the entangle.
Nothing will stand in my way.
We had advantage on attack rolls against him. Now, I'm just gonna move myself a bit closer. A bit more, I guess. And welcome to Emerald Grove, by the way. No worries, Mick. You're more than welcome to do so. Alright, so now, given all of that, I think we can flame cast. Yep. I forgot to check if Nimbus's vines can destroy items like water bottles. There's the Zevlor kill. 75 XP. This spider is... I'm glad with what it has going on for it. I think I'm going to start to attack the zappers though. The hold person is no longer a threat, and the other spider is also almost dead already. Is there another sapper I could target with it? Warrior here. Too far. Too far. Just gonna do the spider one more time. Get rid of the big threat.
Have to keep
and
going.
Let's run back to the haste boss. Nimbus, you can stop your turn over here as well. Although you do have a speed pot and these two cannot stack, so just gonna do this for now. This is slowing down all the sappers. There's the Ray of Sickness. Yes, I would like to do that. And there's the crit. Alright, let's try and prone you if we can. Let's go. Give himself advantage. And the spider is out of here. Nice. I'm going to spend my turn starting to burn Azurak, because we do want to gather his XP as well. Mindy is staying where she is, and I'm very happy about that. But yeah, power of Sleet Storm. Nobody's even close to the gate yet. Even though the DC is not high at all, it's still doing its work by zoning everyone out. Which, if they get proned, ends their turn immediately. The ogre has nothing else left to do but to throw barrels. He didn't even travel far enough to make the saving throw, he just ended his turn. Yep. It's helping me deal with Azurak. And there's the whole person. One second, my work is calling, I have to answer this. Alright, we're back. The ice skate field was nice. What's the cost of creating this huge AoE? This is a spell that we got out of a scroll, and it's called Sleet Storm. It refreshes the ice surface at the end of each turn. On the initial cast, it also tries to break enemies' concentrations. And it's just super nice, and the ice uses the spell save DC that you have. So right now, goblins and everybody else needs to roll a 16 on their dexterity saving throws, which is quite nice, yeah. What is the radius? Oh, to be honest, I couldn't tell you out of my mind right now, but quite huge. I think it's like 18 meters. Don't take my word for it though. Alright, so we avoided a reunion with death, which is very nice. My allies are still alive, but I do want to get rid of the sappers as soon as I can, because as soon as somebody manages to destroy the door, every goblin is gonna come in running. So time to start spamming the living shit out of this. There's the explosion. That's huge. Any more sappers? There's only one in this corner left over here. Okay. Nimbus is going to start to equip itself with various potions. And where is the Booyag? There she is. You know what Nimbus needs? Shadow Step. If he starts his turn in the shadows, he gets additional 3 meters of movement speed. I wasn't really using that, but I should have been. Haste balls, how much more longer? They are out after this turn. Okay. I'm going to walk a bit further back.
Can't slow down.
Hoping to avoid getting targeted by any thrown projectiles. Tapper barely moved. Alright, now Azir, just because a hold person succeeded over here, will start to smack the living shit out of Asherak. Reason for that? 20 XP. And he's also gonna go lethargic at the end of this turn, so I want to make sure that I start burning the Booyag over here. There we go. Good work.
The rest of you.
Will didn't like that? Yeah, that's why I get rid of all of the tieflings that don't make it to Act 2 quite early on my playthroughs, because all that disapproval combined can actually cause him to leave the party. But you get some back at the end of the raid if you succeeded in defending it. Now keep in mind, just because sappers are dead, the threat is not over yet though. Wolf the Bugbear, especially if he gets soul branded, and the Warrior Goblin can still very effectively destroy the door.
Light on my feet.
Alright, 1 turn of Shriek left. Can I get a Bloodlust action from anyone? Hopefully him. No. And we're also gonna get rid of Elegis. While we still have the Shriek, I intend to swap back to Spell Sparkler next turn. I'm going to do... come on. This. And we're going to destroy this thing, making her wet. And we're not going to crit. Alright. Nimbus has Featherfall, therefore he can join the combat down low. Go over here. Should be able to make this jump. There we go. And I am going to attempt to root the Bugbear just so he doesn't start hitting on the door. Beautiful, first try. Also, Nimbus is also going lethargic after this, so we need to take the opportunity attack over here, because I don't think if reactions are active while you're lethargic, so... Oh wait, Shadow Cursed cannot... Why didn't he take the opportunity attack? Hello? The vines are preventing that? Restrained? Takes 1d necrotic, attack rolls have advantage, while dexterity have disadvantage. Okay. And they can't take opportunity attacks. Because that's the only other condition he's got on him. Nimbus MVP. So we confirmed Zevlor's XP. At least we got that sorted. This is probably one of the last fights I'm having. While on this low of a power level. Once we get our way to Githyanki Crash in Act 2, we're gonna spike up our damage quite a bit. Now give me my sorcery points back. F you. Okay. Gonna start going back, keeping myself in the clear. I'm gonna start healing up slowly. We still have a few more turns of Sleet Storm remaining. And I think I'm going to send Aesir after the last Sapper. My next action will be almost drove over my cat. My next action is going to be just swapping the Spell Sparkler real quick. And there's the Splinter Shadow. Let the carnage begin. Alright, Shriek is over. I'm doing this. And I'm just gonna heal myself further. And just to consider where most of the enemies that I want to attack are, which side I want to remain at, rather. Wait, can I blow the horn to give Nimbus additional HP? That'd be quite interesting. Alright. One more doggo, pretty please? No? Got it. And our small doggos are just rooting everyone in place. Do I want to save my Aesir for the Goblin Camp though? I want to give Joraxin something other to smack besides Nimbus. So I think I'm just gonna leave him where he is for now. Have a potion. I can potentially get 2 sorcery points back here. No, it's 1. Well, depending if I land another one with Nimbus. Oh, I'll take another dog. Why not?
Never a dull moment.
And I don't think I need to waste any more speed pots for this encounter. I have 5 more turns of flight left. I'm gonna get my lightning charges going. And this should give me a sorcery point back as well. Beautiful. These dogs are so good. I swear to God. Alright, you passed your turn. Izzy can stay where he's at. He fell prone, so he gave up his turn. Will Ogre do the same? That he will.
Another step forward.
Alright, Nimbus. Any omens you can apply for us? Too much HP. Let's try and beat on the brute. Unlucky. And Booyag is the one that can still target me, so he's gotta go. Then I want these two to stop targeting that bugbear. And I want to slowly start making my way somewhat up here to potentially swap my attention to Minty. I'm happy with where you're at. Minty still hasn't moved. That's nice. Getting angry at me. Or rather, hangry. There's the Omen of Acid. Beautiful.
Still on my feet.
Sorcery points, please. Thank you. I'm just gonna move back. Maybe another doggo? Why the hell not? Oh, he's shut up because he's entangled, so no opportunity attacks on him. Gonna start messing the sapper. Succeeded on the root. Yeah, you can pass your turn. So Minty's got two level 2 spell slots. This Misty Step was one of them. What is the meaning of it? Of if an enemy NPC name is strided through during combat? I'm not sure what you're trying to ask over here. Could you strided through? You mean I'm sorry. English is not my native language, so I'm kind of don't know what that means. Could you rephrase? Very nice. or remove your movement speed. These stones shouldn't be removing concentration from Minty's Bless. I guess we're about to find out, since this is her first turn in the thing, but it would be fun if it did. Oh wait, it's over. Oops. What the dog doing? Weirdo.
Slaughter them!
There's the Vow of Enmity.
Another day.
Let's try and kill this sapper off. There it is. Now Minty still has one more cast of a level 2 spell slot. Mid-Eastern Europe, you're same, man. You mean when the condition ends and strike through text on the top of the character appears? I have no clue. I haven't even noticed that. Ansel, do you have any idea what that means? What they're referring to? Can we root her though? She's immune to prone and being moved against her will, but nothing says about root. No? Okay. Oh, it's probably a condition that gets removed. Are you referring to soul branding? Or is it text that it actually say that? Because to be honest, I didn't have the slightest clue what the word even means. To be completely honest here. It could be because of the shadow cursed vines. I'm just keeping Nimbus where he is. If he takes a Divine Smite for me, that's a victory. Splinter. Give Minty more dogs to worry about. On who did it happen in specific? Like, as the con saving throw. But that's pretty much it. Take a health pot, by the way. And give her a nibble. I have no clue. Like, does it display in the combat log? Like, I know that Ray of Frost is a condition. I'm trying to look for similar words, but I legit have no idea.
These boots have seen everything.
The combat log, it just shows this character lost X condition. Lightning charges, invisible. Lost condition, Ray of Frost, Oxygen, Elixir of Bloodlust. maybe it's the condition from Sleet Storm? Was that it? Oh, next to my character, so it says, so it's a condition about me? I thought it was about enemies. Whenever I finish my turn, I lose that condition. I think you might be referring to that Stalker's Mantle, the shadow itself. So we lose invisibility? At the screen near my character. Okay.
Come on, can't stay idle. They're dying for me, all of them.
I'm dumb. Clearly I'm dumb. Shows up to any character that has line crossing through it, which is a visual reference to show that a character has lost a condition, no matter which one. Yeah, oh! Thank you, Mick. Yeah, this is whenever a condition text appears and the line gets crossed from it, that means the character has lost the condition. If they succeed a saving throw, it will specifically say succeeded a saving throw, but conditions like reduced movement speed from Ray of Frost, shock from Shocking Grasp, or Bone Chill, all of those get crossed over. So it lets you, there's just another visual clue to let you know that that condition has ended and that target is no longer under the effect. I hope that's what you had in mind.
Souls have their limits.
Alright. Morally acceptable massacre. Couldn't agree more.
To draw any attention.
We also managed to somehow keep Nimbus, which is very nice.
Bashaba's black bones. I'm too. No,
He fell. He killed himself defending the grove.
Necessary to survive all this. Who are you? But if what Zevlor said of you is true, you have unfinished business out here. Here, my people will join your camp tonight.
And we're not going to that camp just yet because we have a goblin camp to slaughter. So on the same day as you do defending the grove, this is the last day when the goblins are still going to be present at the camp. So make sure
collect it
to grab your XP and items.
What's inside?
But yeah, we decided against keeping Minthy for this playthrough. Mainly because if you save her, she steals away the exploration XP spot that is located in Moonrise Towers, and I don't want to do that. Love it, GG emote. I want it too. The collector of GG. Is GG? Ah. Is GG's? Still can't get my own emotes on my own channel yet? Oops. Oh, you're gonna get to affiliate. If you keep on doing as you're doing, mate, it's gonna come before you know it. Alright, I'm taking that. Didn't mean to drink it. Oh well. we get another parasite, and for that, now I think stage fright would not be the worst idea.
Don't waste a step.
I wish you good luck with confirming your account, Making Balls, because once you start the affiliate process, I wasn't able to start that thing for quite a while because Twitch just refused to send me the code, which was so annoying. I hope you have more luck than I had on that part. Like purple color, and then the tiny golden parts on the emote. This definitely has character in it. Alright, send this to camp. Zevlor decided for his demise.
Then through.
Not much we could have done there. However, I will heal up Nimbus fully.
Have I been this way before?
Let's go kill a couple of goblins, shall we? Well, it's still quite a ways off, but at the end of the day, I'm doing this for the love of the game, so I'm not stressed about it. Yeah, same man. The reason why I made this Twitch channel was so I can gather people and we can chat about builds, discuss the game, and for everybody to be a place where they can leave their worries behind and just come and relax. That's number one. That was the number one plan when I made this channel. And also there's a selfish aspect of it, so they can discuss my build because they're watching it. But yeah. Streaming is hard, I wouldn't be able to do it. Never say never. But it can get pretty, like, for me, for such a scatterbrain that I am, sometimes I forgot to play the game while I'm talking to chat. So I definitely understand that part, yeah. But you get used to it. It gets easier as you go along. And some things you're already on an autopilot when you've played this game so many times. You know? Anxiety, yeah, the silent killer of life.
All right, time to skulk about.
Also, your camera shy. See, a lot of people come with a presumption that they need to have a face camera on. The reason why I decided for a face camera is because English is not my native language, and I'm a somewhat expressive person when it comes to facial expressions, and also wave my hands around a lot, and that just helps me get my point across a bit easier. But you know, camera is definitely not needed. Like, there's a lot of successful people that do it without one. Or if you really want something to be in that corner to interact, you could always get one of those avatars that VTubers have. I mean, I don't want to say VTubers, I don't know what's the actual word for it, but it's that little virtual avatar that can do a little bit of movement. I know Squiz Meriden got one of those for herself not too long ago.
Taking my time in the shadows.
But yeah, do what feels best.
Have to keep going.
PNG tubers? Yeah, I mean, I'm a boomer when it comes to all of these things. But I can describe it to you, but I don't know what the actual thing is. Home having such a huge HP bar, I accidentally hit shovel. And I did acid damage to it. Oh no, never mind. Meaning she can regain me quite a few sorcery points over here. If I play my cards right.
I'm coming for you.
Or rather, if she gets unlucky on her con saving throws. Which reminds me, I should probably make her bleed.
Still breathing, despite everything. Can't even catch my breath.
So, another reason why we are running dual crossbows is so we can do this. I was sure that was not gonna hit Nimbus. Bleeding inflicts a constitution saving throw disadvantage, therefore making the ominous bite much more likely to land.
Behold the
so we got
dance of
fire
death.
and we got acid. I'm gonna try with acid one more time. So this is another sorcery point we got back. And Nimbus can keep on chugging the potions.
What now?
You did her before confronting Joraxland? Yeah, I usually take the path through Selenite Outpost so I can be placed in the middle of the Goblin camp and do Joraxland fight first. And then I go and fight the courtyard. Not a good order, and we still have to poison the Goblin well to get the inspiration. But yeah.
Blood comes easy these days.
If we have a bonus action to spare, and we have some spike bolts, we can, and given that the target can be bled, of course, we can quite reliably land ominous bite.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
I was hoping to stack, but it's okay. I'm probably gonna use an alchemist fire to get that back.
Nothing
but let's see if we can stack another one. Omen of Thunder. Now this is one damage type we don't have because we didn't put on reverb. So fire is the next one that is going to run out. Just gonna bleed her real quick, regain another sorcery point, and you're just gonna chug one more of these. Why won't she start to target the other two? Either way. Here's the Omen of Fire. That one will get claimed by the burning.
Where do I go from
Can't
here?
easily apply Thunder, so I'm going for Acid. And I'm gonna turn off Cold Weak. She saves. But that's okay. And that was another sorcery point for ourselves. See if we can get one more in. No? Okay. So, with this combat, even though we spent a couple of health potions on Nimbus, we pretty much regained most of our sorcery points back.
Another step forward.
In my rule set, specifically for this reason, I forbade myself from exploiting the game with infinite sorcery points shenanigans. where you can equip and unequip an item, get a spell slot back, convert that spell slot into sorcery points, and that way you can pretty much get infinite resources. And we're gonna try and avoid that.
Better not be cursed.
Source point farming without needing a short reset potion cheese. You don't even need the short rest potion. And I wouldn't say that one to be exploitative, because you do need to spend money, so you're legit investing money into your sorcery points, you're effectively buying them. Right? What I do have problem with is Quartermaster Tali in Act 2 sells a shield that gives you a level 1 spell slot. If you equip and unequip that shield, if you equip the shield, spend the spell slot, and then unequip the shield and then re-equip it back, you're gonna get that spell slot back. And you can just infinitely consume that spell slot for creating sorcery points, and effectively have as many as you want for free. But like, I'm still okay with the short rest potions. Not that I'll try to do too many of those, but since you're spending money on them. But if you're getting them completely for free, that I start to have problems with. Or at least I don't want to do that myself personally.
After what happened at the Grove, best to stay clear. We'll be ready.
Seems a bit, I don't know, cheesy. Group everyone together.
Wretched thing.
Also another reason why I don't play solos. Trying to do this all the time while playing with a full party is just freaking annoying.
That's a friendly looking shadow. These boots have seen everything.
Alrighty. So since I don't have my elixir of viciousness of vigilance on anymore, I will go out of my way and put back bow of awareness just to give myself a bit of a boost when it comes to initiative. And he's not wearing any metal, so I'm just gonna do this for now.
Blood comes easy these days.
We got the surprise round. Both of us summons can sneak. Time to clean up some mess. Going to begin with Omen of Acid. His entanglement is a strength saving throw, so there's no reliable way to impose disadvantage on that, except for the oil that reduces the targets, but that's outside of my rule set. I'm just gonna get myself into a more favorable spot somewhere over here. And pass my turn real quick. Nimbus is going to go into the thick of it. Oh no, I refuse to believe there's not an angle for this. Okay, I guess we have an invisible wall.
What do I have to lose?
Feels bad. But I'm greedy.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
I'm just gonna pass my turn for now. Took the hex for me. Go. Quick entangle. All of these guys are melee, so we just effectively disable them. Park next to the Devout, so she takes an opportunity attack. Omen of Fire, very nice. So, to make use of that, close this down. And I should have kept my Cold a week on, because that would have been a kill.
One day I'll catch a break.
I'm okay up here. Go for it. These guys are still mostly entangled. I'm gonna have Nimbus park himself next to the Warlock. There we go. And that's it.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Don't forget, Abdurak will try to escape after that. He is still worth XP and he's got a few very good items on him. And I'd rather not have him leave with those.
Your action.
I'm considering it because he'll get away. And he's got a... he has a mace on himself that can give you necrotic resistance.
Your actions have...
Alright, we got Abdurak. That's all I care about. We can go and loot him later. You tend to have high persuasion. You can get them for decently cheap anyways, but you get the point, yeah. And it's not like, I mean, you do get them for relatively cheap. However, there went effort into, you know, walking around, looting everything that you have looted so far, you know. It's not like it's zero effort.
Still on my feet. Have to keep going.
He's just gonna dash. We're just gonna root. Oh, she saved.
Where do I go from here?
There we go. But yeah, like, With that, you have to go about the place, loot everything that you've looted so far, and then you're also actively deciding to play a charisma character. You know? So there's definitely been effort put into obtaining these potions. For the shield, all you need is 1,000 gold, and you have infinite. Like, you're set from that point out. The only thing that costs you afterwards is patience and brain cells. Because it takes a lot of time to get started.
Better be cautious.
Alright. This guy, this Buyag in particular, has hold person. Enemies that have access to hold person are not fun enemies.
Need to find a way forward.
I'm just gonna get rid of him as fast as I can before we take on Droraxlin. You can't hold. Okay. Well, guess what? I have a summon. What you're gonna do? Oh, we're safe.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
There we go.
Light on my feet.
Alright, now for Droraxlin fight, I probably want to keep myself on the roof. We don't have minor illusion, so we're not grouping anything together.
This calls for careful footwork.
I'll tear out your tongue and cram it up your faithless arse.
It's so Bloodlust can proc outside of combat, then in combat. And wow. That was a second proc. Wasn't it? Hold on, let me check what happened. No? Maybe we were just on that 9-second 6-second next turn type of timer and we got lucky. No, we got Elixir of Bloodlust. Yeah. And we got put into combat. That's funny.
Behold the dance of death.
It's gonna let him walk towards me. Nice crit.
Open up. On my way.
I need to remember to swap back for this so we have +1 to our spell save DC. Making our acid splash a bit more consistent.
Here we go. Out of sight, out of mind.
No, don't close the door. Go inside.
Breathe deep, move.
You? And we're just gonna make our way up there. And I think I'm going to open up with our boy Nimbus sneaking invisible behind Droraxlin.
Best think ahead, or I'm lost.
Doesn't sound like the worst idea. Too late. That's fine. Oh, never mind. We can actually do it. Let's go. There's Nimbus with the huge entry. Let's get our easier closer as well. Maybe there's a way where he sneaks behind Roar. Or he can take out the goblin, the archer. This archer, by the way, has a void bulb on them. And they will use this void bulb to knock you off. Is there any fall damage if I jump down here? There is. Wait, maybe not from like that, right? Yeah, this is better. Missed a 94. Okay.
Bit of caution never hurt. What path lies before me?
You never target all three of them at the same time. And with Call the Weak active, I mean rather I can get Bloodlust action over here. I'm gonna kill you off. Let's try and rob Doraxlin of his
Don't waste a step.
Of his bonus action. No, we have done this one already. Where is that one? Down there. Out of sight. We do have lightning charges. And if we can give Draw disadvantage, would need to toss down a spike ball for that though. No. Scratch that. I'm gonna take a speed ball. And begin twin casting. He needs to go, and one of these guys has a bomb as well. This one has scroll of hold person as well, but I'm not certain if I still haven't seen him cast it yet, so I'm gonna take that one instead because he's got Alchemist Fire on him. Just so he doesn't get healed by the devout. I think I'm gonna park it closer. Easier take the heat. Nice burning. Omen of fire. Beautiful.
Still breathing, despite everything.
So that thing is going to proc either way. 10 HP on both. I'm gonna take that. And just keep bone chilling him until he dies. At the sorcery point. Nice. Gonna try and weaken you here. Stay. It's okay. There's the useless bless. They have already all failed their saving throws.
Well, so much for peace.
Can we try another omen?
Survival is all that matters.
Okay. Great. Wind spell. Both of those. There's our bloodlust action. And a bit on the lower part of the damage, but that's okay.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
Keep you off. That's it. He has advantage on strength saving throws because he's raging. You gotta take one. One for the team. And now he can start running, so he'll start attacking the copy. There we go. Fucking javelins at me, but I should be alright.
Come on, can't stay idle.
He's a barbarian, so he gets advantage on dex saving throws.
There's a parasite in that corpse.
And that's it.
Brimming with potent magic.
Roar dead.
What path lies before me?
We get some yummy worms. We'll probably want to start investing into Shield of Thralls, so I can give a bit more HP. Also, Shield of Thralls recharges on the region travel, so you can apply that multiple times. Nimbus only has one reaction, so he can only splinter once per turn. So if he gets hit, he only takes one opportunity attack at the time.
Something good here, I hope.
Looks empty.
Lots of home supplies over here. And we can't make him equip duelist prerogative. It'd be mighty fine if that was possible, yeah. But alas, this is the world we live in. Alright, what can I send to camp? Not proficient, not proficient. Not proficient, but about to be. Never going to be, I don't care. Oh, yada yada, I don't care about this, I can't throw weapons. Growling underdog. I mean, nah. This is only on melee attacks. Speedy light feet will never again be proficient. So all of these things can go away. Just make it hold with a big sword from Dark Souls, yeah. He's gonna be the next Radagon's Red Wolf. See, the red is already coming through. Now all we need is a library. Or rather an academy of wizards.
Let's see what this
And he
does.
could be a guard dog of knowledge.
Let's have a look.
Alright. The only goblins worth the XP that are still alive are in the main courtyard, where we have to poison them. And the three at the back going towards Mountain Pass. Those three. So gotta do those 2 more fights before we head out anywhere else. 3 actually, if you count the goblins getting spawned into inside the grove after the successful defense. That's been a weird patchy thing, but the game just makes more goblins for you, so never say no to free XP. And the angle I want to take here is from the back like this. Now we need some basic poison. We need an invis, enhanced sleep, and I think that's about it. Take some featherfall and let's jump down here. I'm gonna leave Nimbus over here for now. And now to start this off, I will probably want an Arrow of Darkness since I've killed Jorax and all of these guys are hostile already. So I want an Arrow of Darkness on the Cauldron, Featherfall, Enhanced Sleep to jump back up. Probably another Arrow of Darkness over here to jump back into the darkness just in case they spot me. And just poison the thing. Sounds about alright.
None is injured.
Makte with their tute. Shit. Shit. There was no red cone over there. I swear to God. At least I didn't see it. Oh, Not to bother though, we came prepared. I'm gonna try this one more time. So we can't jump down there. Guess we're gonna have to jump over the ogres. And far away enough as to not wake them up. They are sleeping again, right? Yes. In the virtute. Strength. Give me some. Over there shouldn't be spotted.
Can't risk being in open view.
And to shoot the arrow and do the jump, we can do it from right over here. Huh? Huh? Why? Casting spells wakes them up?
Light on my feet.
Apparently. I'm getting that dirge inspo. I do not care. I mean, we have 4 of them. And it's slightly XP positive. And it's not like we can reclaim that inspo later. So I think I'm gonna decide against it for now. Don't need it really. Yeah, let's just start blasting. Going to take Morning Frost because I want to do more cold damage and to take Reverb Boots. And that's pretty much it. I'll try to keep Nimbus out of it for as long as I can. And take this fight in chunks. Or rather, I'll clear out the roof.
Nothing will stand in my way.
A weird enemy selection to take into the fight, but okay. Yeah, clear out the roof. And then I might just consider doing the entirety of the downstairs with Nimbus. Let him tank a bit.
Let's be on my way.
There we go. Love the ogres as well. I want to make sure that I'm in an obscured area. Well, that was a lot of free hits. I'll take them. I guess I probably want to save Flesh to Stone scrolls for Act 3. Especially if I intend to fight the Steel Watchers. Now I actually have the right type of damage to tackle them. Nimbus? Hide over there.
Time to push my luck again.
Doing all of this without any crit immunity though. Gotta live a risky life. As long as he keeps on dashing. There's the chilled. Hey yo Malak, how you doing? We've just successfully managed to defend the grove and we're clearing out the rest of the goblin camp.
No traps, please.
Before we head down to Act 2 and get the real power spike of this build.
I don't need any attention right now.
Alright, since these guys are sleeping, I can guarantee a crit on you.
Moving ahead.
That wall is barely holding together.
Or power outage. All of you out of here, and Nimbus, it's your time to shine. Drink one of these. And I also want to give him a Featherfall. Invest? Not really. Not yet. I want to start
Never quiet.
the main fight with my main character.
Another day, another fight.
Alright. Where is it from? Hell? No, pretty sure after he got charred by the Tarnished, he escaped the Academy of Rare Lucaria and decided to try his luck in the Nine Realms. With variable success. Anybody grouped up over here? Works too, I guess. But yeah, now we're just we're playing Shadow Sorcerer, 6 College of Law Bard, Dirge with Deathstalker's Mantle, and yeah, letting Nimbus take all of the heat in a battle, while we can go fully offensive because the combat won't break. And if we're invisible, do we really need crit immunity? Is my question. And this playthrough will definitely reveal the answer to that. But yeah, just Morning Frost things in Act 1. And since he's got elixir of the alert elixir, me and my names, he always gets put into top of the turn order, so he can start taking attention from the get-go.
Another fight. Let's go.
Alright, this is definitely low enough. Wind spell time. And he's bearing metal, so I do that with advantage. Go to sleep. I'm going to stand in front of him. And I myself just going to pass my turn.
Sometimes the only way out is through. Very well.
Got an omen of acid.
Dying for me, all of them.
If we're blessed enough to also get the double target. Not quite. Well, that's just freaking rude. Alright.
No choice but to keep going.
Poor Nimbus, how dare you? Ah, this is so good.
Can't even catch my breath. Should get started.
Oh, we don't even have to win spell. That's okay though. Nice crit. Nimbus, your job is pretty much done. Here, have a health pot.
What now? Nothing important is ever easy. Think you can take me on? Blood comes easy these days.
I could get Nimbus downstairs. No, cancel his turn. I'm gonna get Nimbus downstairs, and he'll start biting the ogre, so we get some sorcery points back, but there's only one. not really interesting
breathing,
fight left.
Despite everything.
I guess I won at least one sorcery point. Have this. Nice. He misses. Back another one.
What now?
We got all that acid. Unfortunately, no lightning one. With lightning charges, that one would be quite easy to fulfill. I saw a pixel. Don't tell me there weren't one.
Hope your soul is in good hands.
Give me another.
Survival is all that matters.
Beautiful.
Death won't take me yet.
I don't have enough. 3 will be enough sorcery points. Oh, completely forgot about the
Dance
bugbear.
of death.
I'm gonna turn off Call the Weak for this ogre.
Where do I go from here? Here we go again.
Because he's prone, he has disadvantage on yeah, but what happened with the other Omen of Acid? It just disappeared? What the hell? Why did it go away? Didn't I have a Omen of Cold on him as well?
Into the bloody fray!
It just went away. That's weird. Hey Blips, how you doing, man? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Glad to see you on the stream. Just gonna entangle the bugbear. We're playing Desciple of Nimbus, and it's a multi-class of Shadow Sorcerer plus College of Law Bard. And the point is that we're Dirge using Deathstalker's Mantle not to break combat but to maintain in it, but take no aggro from enemies. So yeah. You can do exclamation mark rules
Time to push
if you want more details, or if you got any questions, don't hesitate to ask. You're annoying. I'm more scared for Nimbus than I am for the other guys, so I'll just get rid of him first.
They're dying for me. All of them.
Get rid of you. Is almost it for the goblin camp.
Moving in.
Just for the shits and giggles. Because I'm Dirge, this is an inspo. But do we still get it? Even if everybody at this main courtyard is dead? Yeah, you can. LOL. So apparently, as long as some goblins are alive, we can still get the Dirge inspiration over here.
What's hiding here?
Very nice. One can never have too many pets, so we're gonna send the owl back up to the camp.
I hope it can follow me.
I can always come back and do this later. However, the dwarf meat as dirge is some free healing, so
might be useful.
I'm gonna take all of the dwarf chunks that I can get. And there's also still one more inspo if we consume any of those. I will want to weigh my options quite a bit before we partake in any of that. I almost never use any of these, so I'm just gonna send them to camp. Staff of Arcane Blessing is okay, however the bless disappears if we take the item off, I believe. To be honest, I really just can't wait until I get to Act 3. To Act 2. We're gonna start dealing some real damage. Alright, latest. All of these are dwarf meat. I can take a pouch. Dash all of the free healing inside. And see what else I can send to camp. I don't need you. Can't do weapon attacks. I don't foresee an intimidation check. Spring step boots. I can split my water bottles and send half of them to camp. See. Can't use those. Can't use those. Neither those. Alright, good enough. So, we got what we came for. There's 3 more goblins still worth XP. Out the back. Go and take care of them real quick.
Better be cautious.
I forgot to give you enhanced sleep, didn't I?
Still on my feet.
We'll just do this. Oh wow. That's the first crit of the run. apparently crits can be negated. Oh, we also made him roll with disadvantage. Okay.
Never a dull moment. Can't slow down.
Oh, you thought I was gonna finish him off? That's okay though. And I need to turn on my Call of the Week.
Can't even catch
Nimbus.
my breath.
I'm pretty much done with you for today.
Time to press ahead.
Let's just see if we can take out the archer. There we go.
What's in here?
There is a guaranteed speed pod over here. Oh no, never mind. Usually got a speed pod, turns out I was just lucky. Right, send this to Cam. And with this, every goblin in Act 1 is dead. At least the ones that are worth any XP. So now we can finally move on to Act 2 without any downsides. Alrighty, so on that note, I am going to end the stream right here. We got a couple of things done today. Unfortunately, I thought I was going to be able to stream for a bit longer, but I got called into work and we got an emergency, so I gotta show up today in the afternoon. But I appreciate you all for tagging along, and we're gonna continue this tomorrow. Sorry for the bait title, but life happened. But yeah, let's see if I can find someone to send you off to. Yo, thank you both for coming in to watch me. Gigi is doing a solo on a run. She's currently in Act 1 and she's doing the Resist Dirge playthrough. Let's go check her out. But yeah, thank you again all for watching, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye bye.